7 months coggers hassle. Months in daycare, my mom has abandoned me hassle. Love you all, peepo kiss. Hello chat. Hello you stinky chat. You all look like little dumb Ted Cruzes. I love you, you stinky chat. Hassle. Courtney Leprosy wins MasterChef Season 5 Pepe Last Boilers.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
Liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. Coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one, because it is Saturday, January 15, 2022. And it's 11:18 a.m. Okay.
Happy 4-month streamer.
Rough night, himbo, not looking good. It was not a rough night, no. Folks, I'm coming to you from the heart of a tsunami warning. That is fucking right, dude. I am quite literally in the middle of a motherfucking tsunami warning here in Los Angeles. Apparently there was a major eruption that occurred earlier today. Volcanic activity. There's a lot to talk about. Jordan Peterson is malding. Obviously, we're going to talk about my co-host Ethan Klein. You know, and the actions that he took yesterday. Obviously, this big deal. Was it a good dinner with Mia? We did not go to dinner. We did go out, but we did not go to dinner. I know I saw the eruption video. We'll watch it again. From what I understand, the tsunami has already actually... What the fuck? I did not see this. No shot is this real, bro. Okay, we'll definitely do some tsunami watch. Tsunami alert. Anyway, my waves were too fresh for the state of California. Got us tsunami warning. Yeah, I did. Were you fucking out, dude? Were you fucking out doing this, dude? This morning, you came out and you were like, I'm fucking pitted, dude. I was just fucking shredding, and then fucking I hit one of the largest fucking... I had one of the largest fucking waves I've ever seen, dude. What the fuck? It was fucking crazy, dude. Bro, I was like fucking radical, dude. Shit.
Any brain worms in chat? Smile.
Anyway, I think they were saying hair waves. Oh, yeah. Well, my hair is like this because I washed it last night and then I conditioned it. And then I put...
17 months without sex.
After I conditioned it, I put like some fucking hair and beard oil that one of you guys sent me, so that it doesn't look super dry, and then it gets like mega wavy like this. And I don't know how to fix it, so that's what I currently have. But I hope it looks good, you know. Anyway, listen, as a mostly straight man, I'm happy that this is the best you've looked to me. That hair worth the struggle, goddamn, he looks good, doesn't he, chat? Thank you. You look more like Jesus every day. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway,
Thank
listen.
You for the 11 months.
I will tell you about last night in a little bit. Actually, there's nothing to really talk about last night. We went out. We had some food. It wasn't really a restaurant. It was like a club.
Happy 25
like lounge restaurant. And that's pretty much it. Hung out with some friends. Hung out with Austin. Hung out with Mia. And then I went home.
Absolutely caked.
Went home. Passed the fuck out. Woke up in 4 hours. No, I did not have sex with Mia Malkova. But do you have any insight into Mexican politics, specifically their president who claims to be a leftist but is the most conservative branded corporate policies? No. I have no interest in AMLO. Listen, chat. The only people I have sex with, COVID safe? What does that mean? The only people I have sex with are your moms. Did you drink? Sometimes I have trouble. I did not. How do you guys not know this at this point? I do not drink. Okay? I have not drank alcoholic beverages in a very long time. It's been a couple months at this point. I don't know how many months it's been. My mom is a taken woman, you homewrecker. Sorry. I am the one who knocks. One of the things that fuck, I should probably not even describe this to this chat. But anyway, look, this is part of the podcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And let me tell you something, okay? So first and foremost, like, wait, hold on. Before I get to that, this guy, my favorite type of chatter, where is it? Please don't watch that cooking show again. Can we go back to politics and news? It says latchkey kid.
Are you proud of me,
My
Arent?
fucking absolute least favorite type of fucking weirdo in the chat that's like, hey, this thing that like everyone else is enjoying in the community, like I personally don't enjoy it. And I just want news and politics. Like it's exclusively what I want. Non-fucking stop. And it's like, you motherfuckers, okay? News and politics, Andes are the bread and butter and the lifeline of this community, but you are also the absolute most spoiled, the fattest of frogs in this community. They are always fed. They're always not only well fed, but they're fed the most. And yet they still fucking act like. He writes this all the day. He writes this all the time. I'm so glad you're not watching that stupid cooking show anymore. I would really love it if you didn't watch that stupid cooking show anymore. It's like gaming frogs all dead. Shut up, weeby. I'm gonna talk about that before already. I'm going to talk about that. Do not worry, okay?
1 year chat.
Do not fucking worry, my friend. Do not worry. Okay?
Pog.
Single French braid or double French braid? I don't know what that means. No, the reason why I'm saying that is because... Okay, a couple things I gotta talk about. Number one. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Why is this man calling me? Dude, I'm live right now. Chat, when is the Trump rally? Chat? Does anyone know? Someone said in 2 hours. 9 p.m. EST starts at 4:30 Mountain Time. Wait, what the fuck? 6 my time? Dude, that's late as fuck. No, they said someone's saying 4:30 my time. Dude, chat is literally giving me multiple different. Chat is giving me multiple different hours, but it's later in the day, I think. You're gonna okay, well, hold on. I mean, do whatever you want to do. But yeah. Okay. All right, bye. That was Austin show.
Almost 2 years.
That was the Austin show.
I love this community hassle.
Who might come over to do the react thing together, you know what I mean? It's at 6 p.m. your time. That's late as fuck, bro.
Months of semen retention.
Updated prayer list or updated schedule list. Paul Gosar. Dude, Arizona is the funniest fucking state because all of its Republicans, like including Wendy Rogers and Paul Gosar, are just like very open about being homies with Nazis. And I don't mean like, oh my God, that guy's a Nazi because he's racist. Like, I mean like straight up, they are openly aligned with people who are straight up denying the Holocaust and shit. Like, it is some of the wildest type of politics. I mean, it's desert people, you know how it is. Okay, there's just some, think about the crystal mommies, right? Think about the crystal mommies that live in like the California high desert. I've talked about this before. Now assume that the entire state is like that. Okay, it's just how it is. It just changes you. Okay, they're too dry, too hot. Like, they are not like the Freeman, okay? The Fremen. It's not. The desert does something to you, okay? It just, like, fucking fries your brain or something. Anyway, but yeah. What was I talking about before? Oh. All right, I guess I should just start fucking... I should just blast off and get started. There's a lot to talk about, so... And you know, we have chatters in here who will fucking, you know, lose their minds and die if they... lose their minds and die if there is... if there isn't immediate news satisfaction. You know? Gaming info has to be shared as on. We're going to talk about that in a second. Hold on. All right, let's just... Like, it's Saturday. We're going to do less news anyway. Like, shut the fuck up. Chill the fuck out. Suck my dick. You know? I will talk about gaming in a second. Let me just blast off. Let's get it popping. Let's talk about it. Or let's tweet out that I'm live and alive, you know? We got tsunami warnings. Ethan Klein versus Jordan Peterson. And HOGWATCH. Trump at Arizona. Later. Also.
2 months sub streak. No one else has even come close to my streak.
This today is absolutely stacked. Get in now. Oh, I remember what I was going to talk about. Before I talked about gaming, I was going to tell you guys.
Quick question.
I'm pretty sure, and I probably shouldn't have this conversation with chat because every time I talk about like my health or whatever, chat is really fucking annoying about it. And oh my god, your TTS is so fucking annoying. Okay. Anyway, I already turned off TTS. Okay, so Hasan, I went on a date last night. I told him you're my celeb crush. He said that's a deal breaker, and now he's ghosting me. A deal breaker? What the fuck? All right, well, you just saved yourself from a horrible person, you know? Who has a good meme for this? Yeah, you dodged a bullet. Who, or maybe they dodged a bullet. Who has a good meme for this? For today's blast off tweet. Okay, I'll use this. I'll use this insane fucking photo that one of you guys made. And it's not me, okay? This is not... I was freaked the fuck out when I first saw it. This is not actually me, okay? Obviously, this person has like way lower body fat percentage than I do. It's not me, but I wish it was, to be honest. Like, if my legs look like that, dude, I would dress up like this. You push and pee. I don't know what the fuck I'm pushing here, dude, but whoever did this did a really good job with this. I'm proud of them. Save America Rally in Arizona 7. Dude, okay, listen. I'm just going to say this the last time. And this is a HasanAbi broadcast rule, okay? Never give me mountain time. I don't care. That's not a real time zone. Please. I do not care if it's literally on top of a mountain where this event is taking place. If you give me mountain time, I will ban you. Nobody cares about your fake made up time zone, okay? Live in a normal place where human beings live. Stop telling me about mountain time. I will never understand or even engage in the math equation necessary to understand your backwards ass, dumb ass, fake ass, bullshit ass mountain time where you and 7 of your cousins live, okay? It's like 12 people. Never use mountain time. Just say Pacific or say Eastern. That's it. Motherfuckers would be like, oh, dude, I don't know, 8:30. They'll be like, oh, 3:35 mountain time. I'm like, oh, okay, dude. Yeah, let me just accommodate to you. Okay, let me accommodate to your expectations and your world. Okay, fuck it, dude. Oh, that's when it is? Okay, hold on. Let me bust out the fucking abacus, dude. I need to figure out where we're at in mountain time, okay? Oh, we got people in Denver over here. Oh, we gotta figure out exactly when something is. You know what I mean? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. It's literally like using Greenwich time or something just to be fucking annoying. Oh. Oh, I'm having fun. I'm already having fun. Okay, so don't start talking about times with PSD Andy Jesus. There's a reason TV gets shit after 10 p.m. Eastern. Okay, whatever. Yeah, because the East Coast sucks. Okay. Oh, I was going to talk about my health, which is probably a bad idea. But anyway, so here's the thing. I think I figured out why I've been feeling like absolute dog shit. And I think I figured out why I've also been, why I also have high blood pressure. Because I've been thinking about this a lot. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I do everything right. I do everything right, except I'm incredibly stressed and I don't sleep well. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I guess, and then genetics, right? So why the fuck do I have high cholesterol? Not super high, but like high bad cholesterol a little bit. And I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink alcohol. I don't eat red meat. I don't really eat that many eggs either. Like I do things that are, I do things right for cholesterol for the most part. And then I realized it's 100% because I live on a steady diet of caffeine and nicotine, right? All day, every day. And I work out too. So I was like, that doesn't make sense either. So, no, it's because like, it's not even the caffeine for the most part. It's nicotine. I realize now that a while ago, a couple months back, I like completely swapped out my nicotine intake. I used to use 2 milligram nicotine, and then sometimes I would sub in like 4 milligram nicotine. I swapped it all for 4, and I've just been popping them like fucking hotcakes. So that's what it is. My man said low T, dude. I do not. Trust me. That is not an issue. But this isn't even about nicotine does not cause that. This isn't even about cholesterol, for the record. This is more so about how I get. Once again, I'm asking you where you got that shirt. It's so good. Please, I can't find it. You can't find it because it's not out yet. Because that's right. This is new merchandise. And by the way, this is like 3D almost. Like it's like bubbly. This won't even be out yet for a while. Maybe because it's low T. Bro, I literally tee up my dick inside of your mother's pussy every night, okay? I love the concept of Twitch chatters saying I have low T, like to me. Okay? A person who works out every fucking day and it jerks off every day. Testosterone. We're talking about testosterone. I take DHT blockers in the form of finasteride. Those of you know this. And even then it's like not a issue. Anyway. If you have high cholesterol, you're not doing enough cardio. Dude, I'm doing enough cardio. Okay. This is not about the cholesterol part. I should have never talked about this. It is literally the dumbest thing. Okay, I'm going to keep it 100% with you guys, okay? I'm going to keep it P. Okay? Or whatever the fuck. None of you know anything you're talking about. You're all incredibly unhealthy. You're all on Twitch. I should have never actually brought this up because every time I bring anything up remotely, some of you get incredibly parasocial and like lose their minds and start Googling things frantically and start fucking copy pasting about how I have cancer. Others are using this as an opportunity to be like, you are a weak man. I am actually incredibly alpha. I don't spend all of my every waking moment in here hate watching you to finally find a fucking chink in your armor so I can penetrate and make you feel bad about yourself. Actually, I am not a 700-pound, diabetic, 7 comorbidity fucking never left his mother's basement Andy. I actually am the peak physically fit man. Every time I post about annoying shit, every time I dox another leftist on the internet, I'm actually gaining more muscle fibers in my body. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way half of you motherfuckers operate. Why did I ever bring this up? It's so fucking stupid, okay? I should have never brought this up. The entire point is this. None of you know anything. I don't know anything either. I talked to my doctor about it, but I do suspect that it's because the reason why I get headaches and shit, by the time I'm done with my stream in like the 8 to 10 hours mark, I get really I get sick. Like I get feelings like I am, I feel like I am, my face gets pale. I feel like I have like fever-like symptoms. I get a headache. It's like really weird, right? And now I realize it is because, I think it's because I just fucking am cracked out on so much nicotine. It's not even the caffeine no, it's not the caffeine. It is the nicotine because I'm taking an incredible amount of nicotine. So, got my regular gum here to fucking help with the oral fixation. This is how you actually wean yourself off of nicotine eventually. That is technically how you are supposed to wean yourself off of nicotine, because nicotine is supposed to be you're not supposed to take nicotine gum forever. So what you're supposed to do is, trick your brain into thinking that you're still chewing nicotine gum by just chewing gum. At least to, fix the oral fixation. No more nicotine. No, I will still be chewing nicotine gum. Do not misunderstand me. But I think I should swap it out to I'm gonna swap it back to 2 milligrams. 2. No, it's not anxiety, man. Stop. Chatters, stop trying to be my doctor. You are not a doctor. Yo, it's CN. Would nicotine gum, daily sandwich delivery for HasanAbi, no need to tip, is delivery fees included? Would nicotine gum come in menthol or spearmint? It comes in a lot of different Fuck, I hate the left. I hate it so much. I am now a reactionary conservative. It makes me lose my fucking mind, you parasocial cringe lords. Yeah. I love that, like, no matter what it is, no matter, I could literally be like, I broke my arm. Here's a cast. I have the x-ray. And chatters will be like, no, actually, this is a symptom of anxiety. I have that exact same symptom as well. I go to therapy, by the way. Like, oh, sick. Yeah. It's like, no, I actually have a cast on my arm. The doctor said my arm is working. No, actually, what you're referencing is very similar to the same kind of depressive breakdowns that I have. You know, I too also, when I'm depressed, have a broken arm like symptoms. Is quite easy to mistake, actually. It's like, no, I don't have what you have, man. We don't negotiate with therapists. I'm a goddamn Scientologist, okay? No more. We're anti-therapy around these parts now. Anyway. What is this? Yes, I made this meme. I'm sorry for making it and also sharing it, but simultaneously incredibly proud yet more horrified. My brain is deranged and broken. What? I can fix him, says woman who is worse. Okay, dude. Everybody's like Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein posting. You guys need to stop. Okay? You need to stop with this shit. Allah is watching, chatter. Okay? In the words of Danny McBride on Righteous Gemstones, every time you make a meme like that, all of your dead relatives get together and they watch you make that meme. Okay? They all come down and they watch you make that meme, including ones from like the Revolutionary War. Yes, grandma as well. Even ones you don't know. Except he said that about jerking off. The Joe Rogan subreddit hates you so much. Wow, that's surprising, dude. Wow, incredibly surprising that the guest request has six upvotes, 56 comments. Let's see. Wait, how do you see how many downvotes this post has? Your R-worded respectfully. Please know this guy's all about drama. His Twitch, as far as I know, is him rumbling and rambling. Is all performance. Thus, he's not worth the time. Dude, I love when people say that when they're like Joe Rogan fans. Dog, you're literally a Joe Rogan fan. What do you mean? Oh, come on. Posting a Hasan guest request on the Jerry subreddit is hater bait. Oh, yeah, I do agree. Is that not what Rogan is? Not at all. What on earth? So he can spew insults, his refutation of arguments that are bringing any meaningful dialogue to the table. Hard pass. What do these people think? Like, do these people think that, like, I'm going to go on Joe Rogan's show and to his face, I'm going to be like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. You fucking suck, you dumb bitch. No. Like, obviously, I will be respectful. And also, it's still, again, incredibly parasocial stand behavior to fucking behave this way, where it's like, what are you, protecting a 60-year-old ape? You know what I mean? A professional media person like Joe Rogan, like, you're protecting his feelings from, you know, me yelling at him or something? No, stand behind me, Mr. Joe Rogan. I will defend you. There isn't anything interesting this guy would say. Called you a bitch, maybe. Considering Joe's claiming videos that Hasan posted a copyright infringement, doubt Joe does this. Dubious if Joe did it. Superfam is really fucking annoying. Hasan said, having dealt with the team before, they took the revenue of our Jubilee videos, and Jubilee loves when YouTubers react their content. Unfazed by the newest claim, the streamer stressed how all Joe Rogan reacts are always fair use, straight up commenting misinformation being spread. I'm not going to call Joe a bitch who can't handle criticism without learning who made the manual review. there's anyone more stupid than Joe, it's Hasan. Hard pass on this one. Boo this man. Boo. God, this would be terrible. This guy already has low IQ. At least Uncle can debate because he's smart, but Hasan is fucking stupid, and that's just putting it nicely. Nothing says you have high IQ like talking about the importance of IQ and also doing it on Reddit. I absolutely hate Trump, and I am not a right winger or Republican. Twitch Soma says, not even close. I can't stand Hasan Piker. Friendship discussed me a lot. You're making a lot of assumptions about me. I am not your enemy. I just don't like Hasan Piker. There's a double standard because right-wing dipshits are everywhere. I tend to agree Hasan would push back a lot more as opposed to weak sauce Shapiro, but as someone who watches Twitch streams and has been around on that platform for 11 years, I'm not a fan of Hasan due to the type of content creator he's on the platform. I don't actually know or care what his political beliefs are. I just don't like his personality on his live stream. That's all. Like, how do you get to this point? Like, how do you become this person? I need to understand, dude. Like, how? I mean, he's been on the platform for 11 years, probably like 50 years old. They talk shit about it, but they literally don't know you. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, at least when I talk shit about motherfuckers, like, I know what their deal is. Like, I've looked into their background and shit. You know what I mean? People always fucking cry and complain, but like, you know, the IQ thing is the same vibes as this. Jordan Peterson elite only, high IQ and above necessary. 33,521 members on the Jordan Peterson elite only, high IQ and above necessary public group. Anyway, so I mean, that's valid. My bro likes you, but thinks you're a bit of a loud twat, even though he agrees with most of your takes. Oh, that's certainly a little different than like, I fucking hate him. I've never actually watched his content. I just don't like his personality, even though I've never watched his content. Like, when I despise people like Jordan Peterson, okay? When I say I don't like Jordan Peterson, that's because I've been right about Jordan Peterson since day one. A lot of you in here probably weren't back then, but it's okay. We all change. People change all the time. Okay? Many of the people in this chat right now, probably back when I was shitting on Jordan Peterson, were probably in my fucking YouTube comments of the Young Turks videos where I was shitting on Jordan Peterson saying, I'm a cuck, I'm a fucking piece of shit socialist, I'm a nepotistic monkey, whatever the fuck. And now you've grown out of that, okay? Unfortunately, some people have not, okay? And that's actually what we're going to be talking about today, a little bit. We are going to be talking about Jordan Peterson and what happened last night with Ethan Klein, which, for the record, Peterson isn't right, though. He's dumb as fuck. He isn't a tool for the right wing or anything. Dude, shut the fuck up. You cannot say this far into the fucking cut. Jordan Peterson has always been right wing. Maybe not when he was like a fucking teenager and he worked with the NDP or something. But Jordan Peterson has always been right wing. Please shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. Have you ever been prescribed Gary V to a poor person? That could be a good alternative to socialism. Oh, this person is fucking memeing. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I'm taking this idiot seriously. Jordan Peterson has always been right wing, except the reason why it's very nefarious, the reason why Jordan Peterson was like considered to be dangerous by the left or whatever the fuck was because not only was he always right wing, he was able to couch his right wing ideology in objective, descriptive sentiments about how the universe works, okay? when in fact, the world that he was always developing and justifying was an inherently reactionary worldview. One where an inherently reactionary worldview was the norm, the attitude. Whether it be naturalization of hierarchies without actually talking about how this is the number one fucking fallacy, that the entire purpose of mankind is to overcome our natural tendencies, even if hierarchies are natural, okay? Like saying that it's good is what Jordan Peterson does, and that's the problem, right? Or his bastardization of Bill C-16, which actually was so disastrous that the Canadian Bar Association literally had to fucking put out multiple news releases to correct the record and whipped up the entire goddamn country as a consequence of American media also picking up that story into a frenzy about how people are going to go to jail for, you know, misgendering trans people and all this other stuff. His inconsistent attitude on whether trans women are women or not. Sometimes he'll be like, I do agree they are women. And then other times in television, he'll be like, they are not women. Only someone who has the capacity to give birth is a woman. You know? Jordan Peterson has always been a right-wing reactionary shitlord. He also operates as, Deepak Chopra for the incels. And he has some pretty basic pop psychology, self-help advice in the form of, 12 rules for life, which is fine. But the issue is he also uses that as a launching pad for conservative ideology, conservative opinions. We don't understand the consequences of like birth control, allowing women to have sexual reproductive freedom, and then also being able to work in the fucking workplace, and then being really depressed as a consequence of that. So that is like the exact same shit that Republicans say. But when Jordan Peterson says it, some of you motherfuckers still are to this day claiming that he's not actually right wing. I mean, what else do you want him to do? This homie, okay, literally was on Turning Point USA alongside Charlie Kirk, Dan Crenshaw, Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson. Like, he has routinely cast doubt on climate change science. Even climate change science. He is never, like, I can't even think of one single thing that Jordan Peterson believes that is, like, even remotely left-wing. So if it was just self-help shit, then that's one thing. But it's not just self-help shit. It's absolutely self-help shit to justify a naturalistic, objectivist, reactionary world view. Economics also exists. Do you think Jordan Peterson is not incredibly pro-capitalist? What kind of idiotic baboon brain do you have where you suspect that Jordan Peterson is not a hyper-capitalist shithead? The entire point is that he justifies the capitalist organization of the economy and routinely fearmongers about a socialist alternative. Jordan Peterson is famous for regularly bastardizing two separate concepts by merging two ideologies or two philosophies that don't even fucking work alongside one another, which is, the postmodernist neo-Marxists. Okay? That's his main fucking thing. Not only that, but he's also absolutely got fucking cumstered and dumpstered by a literal dumpster diving raccoon. Okay? An actual dumpster diving raccoon that goes akimbo on hot dogs, okay? That is just, barely a fucking human being. Destroyed him so hard that he, went into a crippling benzo addiction that almost ended up killing him. Like, he got clapped up by the big dog, bro. Sorry. And the way that he got clapped up by the big dog was just a simple question. Where are the Marxists? That's it. Where are the Marxists? And that was it. He had no answer to that. Where he openly admitted to one of the most prolific fucking leftist, like, you know, philosophical writers that he had not even read anything beyond the Communist Manifesto, which is a fucking pamphlet. Yes, that's a real... My God. My God. You say that there are Marxists in university. This is ideology. Anyway, so why is Zizek not a human being? Because he's a raccoon, dude. He is not a human being because he's a dumpster diving raccoon. So, anyway, as I was saying, Jordan Peterson has always been a charlatan. He's always utilized self-help to red pill people, per se. Maybe he didn't do it on purpose. Maybe that was just his worldview. Maybe he genuinely believes in, like, you know, developing a world where people are like that. Every now and then he has a good idea, but that does not actually, you know, salvage his overall horrifying accomplishments. But he's also an academic with a pretty high journal impact factor for his publications are actually legit. He's still a closet right-winger. So this is the other part of it that is also simply untrue. Jordan Peterson is not like a incredibly well-credentialed academic. And I don't know why his followers assume that, like, he is, specifically because they don't have an understanding of that, and they are, you know, they love like any sort of person that comes across as like this intellectual, because his audience is all of these like fucking dickheads who are pseudo intellectuals that think like just because someone is not using like or doing vocal fry or looks like I do, that this person must be fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? And that's what the point is. Like, I'm not saying he's not. No, I think Jordan Peterson is smart. He's smart enough to fucking, you know, go from being some fucking weirdo, nonsensical college professor who wrote about his grandmother's pussy hair in one of his books, Maps of Meaning, to, you know, becoming a person of notoriety. Yes, that's true. Jordan Peterson famously wrote about his grandmother's pussy hair in a dream that he saw in Maps of Meaning. That is a literal, real thing. So many Jordan Peterson fans have never actually read any of his fucking work. So it's hilarious when some dumb bitch says, oh, he has actually incredible journalistic, or he has pretty high journal impact. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He's still a closet right-winger. He's not a closet right-winger, and we're going to talk about that in a second. He tries to give unsolicited opinion on things that aren't relevant to his field. Clinical psychology isn't environmentalism or market economics. I've met him and his grad students multiple times, by the way. The funny part is that, one, he's not even fucking remotely like a super relevant clinical psychologist, okay? If anything, he's become more relevant now as a consequence of being relevant for all of the other areas that are completely outside of his fucking realm of interest or knowledge, okay? That is the only reason why... The only fucking reason why Jordan Peterson might have any sort of fucking play now in the academic field. Impact factor is an objective measure of practical significance. Would be curious to verify Chatter's claim if true.
What you are fighting against, as sometimes you call it postmodern neo-Marxism. I know what you mean. All day.
By the way, this is literally, how good is that impression that I just did? Bro, you just outed yourself as a Jordan Peterson reader? Guys, I've been covering Jordan Peterson for a very long time. I've been covering Jordan Peterson for many years. I've been covering Jordan Peterson since he popped the fuck off. That's why I have all of this fucking Jordan Peterson data in the back of my mind, because like I have been forced to learn so much and describe over and over again to millions of people on the internet that he is not you know, he is not the guy that you think he is. And for the longest time, I thought I was a fucking crazy person, because there were people like Ethan, Okay? Who thought that he was just like a chill dude that was owning the libs, and like libs were getting fucking crazy because they were getting owned by him because he was a brilliant debater. Okay? That's also why I can do a great Jordan Peterson. It's probably my best fucking, my best voice. Last year, you even dedicated an entire stream on watching him. I mean, that was nothing. That's like, we looked at like my older videos that I've done on him. Okay? I've been duking it out in the fucking... Guys, I've been duking it out in the field. In the intellectual marketplace for a very long time about shit like this. You were in the trenches when Jordan Peterson started his grift. I have a lot of great videos on him. The problem is that like so many people ripped into me back then, and they've changed their minds now, but there's still plenty of people that are like, no, Jordan Peterson's not a right winger. It's like he very clearly is. Okay, here.
From political correctness to these excesses of whatever spirit of envy and so on and so on. Do you think they are really, where did you find this data? I don't know them. I would ask you here, give me some names or whatever. Where are the Marxists here? I don't know any. I don't, who is a Marxist here? Well, show me any big names of political correctness. Well, I think they fear like a good vampire fears garlic. This is why they are already, the one who is not a Marxist, but at least approaches economic topic, Bernie Sanders, he is already under attack as white male and all that stuff and so on. My problem would be with this one. What you describe as postmodern neo-Marxism, where is really the Marxist element in it? They are for equality. Sorry, where? They are for equality at these cultural struggles, proper names, how do we call each other?
Is Slavoj Žižek any good? I mean, don't listen to his opinion on like fucking, I don't know, pan-European supremacist attitudes and like immigration. And also, maybe don't listen to his stuff on like trans people. But like other than that, he's great. I mean, I rip him all the time. I do impressions of him all the time. I talk about Zizek and probably Chomsky's difference in opinion on authoritarian constructs, or even agreements on authoritarianism versus, or more authoritarian societal developments versus like libertarian ones all the time. If you've ever heard me talk about like neoliberal methods of control and dissemination of information versus a country that is more authoritarian and its level of control of dissemination of misinformation or information, then you heard Zizek's takes. Zizek is more a Stalinist? He's not a fucking Stalinist, dude. I mean, come on. Yes, he has a photo of Stalin, but like... also, Pervert's Guide to Cinema, Pervert's Guide to Ideology. He's very good. Remembering that Zizek is literally a 70-year-old Slovenian man. Zizek is also a gamer and says the N-word. Yeah, this was a funny meme that came out of it. Dude, he was like whipping him, dude. There are almost like zero perfect philosophers, even Zizek and Chomsky. We just have to take the parts that we deem good and moral and apply that to our own beliefs, chat. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, don't. There has quite literally never been a single philosopher that whose philosophy has been, his moral system has been intact, that also simultaneously has lived out their own desires in a normal way that you would consider to be good overall. Okay? I mean, I've talked about Kant numerous times on here in the past. That doesn't change like the categorical imperative or anything like that, but I mean, homie straight up thought that like, black people were born when the white baby turned black as it came out of the black mother's vagina. So, and also was deeply fucking racist, like incredibly racist. So, that joke about Zizek being a gamer is not just a joke if you didn't know. No, I do know. I already said that. I said that he is a gamer. If you're French, that's because he's French. If you're French, you're born with a raisin bone. There's another bone. If you are a French philosopher, there's another bone. It's not just the racism bone. I will not say it out loud. Or rather, I'll just, don't search Foucault, Age of Consent. Don't search Age of Consent, insert French philosopher name. You will not like that. That will never do that. That is not good. Okay? That's just never good. I don't think that that's a good thing to search. Do not search that. Don't ever search. Every French philosopher was a writer for Le Raciste Pédophile. Yes. wait, where are the racist pedophile factory? Very good. I am working on the front lines of the racist pedophile factory. Churning out le thought is very good. Okay. We're on the forefront of the racist pedophile thought. Very good. Okay. Oh, dude, I saw this already. I know what you're going to say. Dude, my favorite. Wait, where? Oh, is this not the new one? Zizek wrote a review of the new Matrix movie and then openly admitted in his review that he did not watch the movie and that he does not need to watch the movie, and that he actually simply, oh, here it is, boringly postmodern and ideological fantasy. Slavoj Žižek reviews Matrix Resurrections. Every reader has for sure noticed that in my description of the movie, I heavily rely on a multitude of reviews in which I extensively quote. The reason is now clear. In spite of its occasional brilliance, the film is ultimately not worth seeing, which is why I also wrote this review without seeing it. He fucking admitted it too. What the fuck? Have you taken the time to think that maybe your IQ is just much too low to understand these people? Be humble. Wait, what? I've read Pubes of Chaos and it's not what you think it is. If you actually took your time to read his work, you'd understand him better. Pubes of Chaos is actually a good read. I've met Jordan Peterson and he's honestly misunderstood. Okay, this dude has Hezbollah on his fucking PFP. There's no shot. There's no shot that we have dude who has Hezbollah on his fucking PFP who's saying Gideon didn't deserve to ban. Twitch is so soft. Jordan Peterson donated a shit ton of animals to farmers in third world countries, bro. Calm down. Okay, this is, yeah, you're behaving like the Dragon of Chaos, aka a woman, okay? That's definitely bait. And you know what we do now? I've grown. I've learned. I'm better now. Okay? I just serve you at the top of the hour ad break at 12:12 instead of like actually at 12, you know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, then all you need to do in order to combat the postmodernist neo-Marxists that are serving you ads like the main socialist Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos. All you need to do is subscribe. We know what happens when the right goes too far, and that's no good. Do we know what happens when the left goes too far? That's right. No one knows. Oh, man. First 2 minutes of Jordan Peterson cries while telling the working class to work harder. Yeah. Anyway, here's the ad break now. Thank you, Dropping Brown, Baby Scarlet. Hey, Tiny Cat. These are all men. Strong men. Gifted 5 subs to everyone in the chat. What would we do without them? Here's the woman ad break now. Okay. LMFAO, all of Twitch chat Googled Zizek. I mean, Slavoj Zizek probably gets a lot of fucking play regardless, but yes. Seemingly Twitch chat is now Googling him more than before. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it in comparison to like the fucking past day, it's still not going to be the highest. Oh, never mind. It is actually technically the highest. Okay, if you look at it in the past 7 days, though, it won't be the highest. Okay, it seems like it is the highest. Never mind. Okay, maybe Twitch chat is actually literally just frantically searching Zizek right now. That is surprising, though. A lot of people fucking search him. People in Vermont are like, who's this Zizek guy? Great squirrel thread. Jordan Peterson is trending because he's apparently writing another 12 rules for life, which I think warrants a trip down memory lane. Thread with clips revealing him to be a grifter of the highest order, beginning with the time he got destroyed within the span of a few seconds. Right. Oh, yeah. Fucking Jim Jeffries fucking owned him, too. Right. Fucking Jim Jeffries owned his ass. Mate. Jim fucking Jeffries owned him. You got owned by a fucking bogan. Just kidding. Jim Jeffries not bogan. Anyway, let's watch.
Making people bake a cake for a gay wedding.
Making them do it?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
But here's the argument. So should they be able to deny making a cake for a black couple if they don't like black people?
Allowed to? Probably. That doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, so then we had the civil rights movement.
Yep.
Where they said black people, you had to serve them in your restaurants and stuff like that. And it did work and it did make our society better. But would you argue that that still wasn't right?
No, that was right.
Why is that different to now if you didn't want to make a cake for black people?
I love when I'm in 2020, whenever this was shot, okay? And I'm still contemplating whether or not there should be a civil rights act. It's pretty cool, though, because he's so open-minded. Remember? Guys, he's misunderstood, okay? But he's so open-minded, he's still contemplating whether or not black people should be able to drink from the same water fountain. And the same goes for homosexuals. I mean, that is actually, you're just misunderstood, I think. Because we just don't understand him. Just like he doesn't understand, why marginalized communities should be protected in a society that often oppresses and marginalizes them. I don't understand.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not different. No, that was right.
Why is that different?
Look, he took a firm stance. It only took him like 20 seconds to get there, but he had to think it through. It's like homie had to think through the pros and cons of the civil rights movement, okay? Only to extend it to gays as well.
That still wasn't right.
No, that was right.
Why is that different to now if you didn't want to make a cake for black people?
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not different. Yeah. Maybe I was...
See? The one time he takes a stance, he instantly changes it. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. So most people also loved claiming that Jordan Peterson just simply wasn't saying what you thought he was saying. Why did he always get away with that? Because he refused to actually fucking take a firm stance on things and made it seem as though he was simply offering descriptive statements, okay? Even though the underlying premise was guided by his ideology, okay? And that's precisely why people would always say, you're taking him out of context. You should read all of his books. You should read all of his you should watch all of his videos. You should watch all of the, lectures that he did. And the reality is that, like, he is a collection of all of his attitudes and all of his fucking takes and all of his opinions. And it's not that he was, like, sometimes in the wrong or whatever the fuck. He personally absolutely fucking believes this shit. But for so many people, it was very hard for them to recognize that he was actually a fucking right-winger from the jump. Okay? And see, this is it. Wasn't this interview heavily clipped against his favor? No. You can say that about everything, bro. You will say that about everything forever because you don't want your intellectual daddy that you have developed a parasocial affinity for to look like a fucking pathetic right-winger, okay? That's what it is. But he himself admits it. And actually, I'm going to show you this in a brief moment because Ethan did a better job than maybe I could even do.
For years, I had this thing going where people would say, oh, and this is kind of what we're getting at from a different angle. I would say they would be afraid of what we would lose if we lost religion. And I basically said, demonstrate to me any benefit.
Oh, you'd lose art and poetry and drama and narrative and story.
Are there no godless artists and poets?
Well, there are artists and poets who think they're godless.
What a psychotic take. But by the way, I don't know if many of you know this, and this is one of the best ways to get like all of those fucking weirdo right-wing adjacent Andys to like despise Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson has a gigantic following in the Muslim world. Or takes exactly like that. Okay? Because he is a conservative. He is a reactionary. And there are a lot of conservative Muslims who literally fucking watch Jordan Peterson lectures and go, that's my guy. Okay? Straight up. Because he is no different in his worldview and attitudes than a Muslim fundamentalist. Obviously, his takes his takes on Islam are, just as annoying as every other Sam Harris wannabe, Sam Harris archetype, but so he literally is the worst human being ever because he has no factual basis, no common sense. He's just a conservative. He's not the worst human being, but he is just a conservative. That's it. He's just a reactionary conservative who is like very religious and believes in a really rigid way that the world works. And that often puts him diametrically opposed to like other worldviews and values that he's supposed to espouse because he can't be open and honest about some of the more nefarious and awful points of view that he has. He has to always couch it under objective thought. He always has to hide his worldview in statements that come across as neutral and academic. Okay? So when he actually ends up fucking up and like taking an understandable stance on a particular subject, he always Peterson takes are disingenuous and delusional. At this stage, if you've never watched me listen, or if you've never listened to me talk about, he said Pepela, fuck you. If you're in here and you're still like a fan of Jordan Peterson, I urge you to be open-minded, okay, about what I am going to say. I've always been right about Jordan Peterson for a very long time. But, just be open-minded. Try to be as open-minded as you possibly can. Okay? He himself has said he's more liberal than conservative. So is Tim Pool. Are you stupid enough to believe that Tim Pool is a liberal? Simple says he's liberal. Dave Rubin says he's liberal. Do you think these guys are liberals, or do you think that there's actually a lot of money to be made by making it seem like you yourself are a liberal who just simply agrees with everything that the conservatives agree with? Huh. Anyway, it's like when Sargon said he's a classical liberal and I believed him in 2016. Yeah, a lot of people did that. Yeah, I'm a classical liberal and I believe the left has gone too far, and that's why I no longer believe in climate change science that's well established and there's a scientific consensus on it. Anyway, so Jordan Peterson's response to the H3H3 drama. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. It's honestly the centrist trap, making people feel like they are more reasonable, both sidesing it. Yeah. He is a centrist, or he operated like a centrist all the time, at a time when like being a centrist was the most poppin' shit you could do. Okay? It was just like, I used to like you. What? What is that even? This person, first of all, I'm rejecting your friend request. You're very close to a ban. I'm just letting you know, Cal Coomingham. You do this every day, and it fucking annoys me. Okay. But yeah, Jordan Peterson has always had reactionary takes. He's always been a fucking burden on society in general. And it has been really, really frustrating, most importantly, because like, oh, he was referencing what Jordan Peterson said to Ethan Klein in that Twitter thread? Oh, okay.
If a young person believes that the climate, the global warming problem on the climate is something that needs to be tackled quickly, and they can't wait until they grow up and become prime ministers to do it, do you think collective responsibility overrides individual responsibility in a huge issue like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't. Okay. I think generally people have things that are more within their personal purview that are more difficult to deal with and that they're avoiding, and that generally the way they avoid them is by adopting pseudo-moralistic stances on large-scale social issues so that they look good to their friends and their neighbors. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, no, dude. It's like, no, the way to tackle climate change is not through systemic change whatsoever, which, by the way, I don't even believe is real, for the record. It's actually by, using a paper straw and also reusing your plastic bags, and by recycling. Cleaning the environment starts with cleaning your room. After all, what is the environment if not just a large room? Only you can change the climate, which is not even changing. Yeah. No, what he's trying to say there is that people don't want to change themselves. People don't want to change their behaviors, and that's why they act like they care about changing the climate, and they use it as a cop-out to be like, well, I'm trying to make systemic change. But it's like, that is only applicable to someone like Jordan Peterson, or that is only applicable to someone if that person legitimately is as disingenuous as Jordan Peterson is. That's the whole point. Jordan Peterson cannot comprehend a world in which people are genuinely saying, no, we want systemic fucking change, dude. Well, holy shit. And there's no other way to correct the course. Okay? That's the point. He is using, I guess, more academic language to basically say, these people are virtue signaling. Okay? That's it. And you can make his takes as easy to understand as possible. Okay? it's just like he adds multiple different unnecessary complexities into his language to make it seem like it's actually an objective, academic, neutral take, when it's just him saying it's virtue signaling. I mean, is he wrong? Oh, come on. Stop baiting me, man. Stop. Stop. It's so fucking annoying. Do you think that JP has done more bad than good? He seems to really believe he's beneficial to people. Yeah, because he's a narcissistic asshat. Of course he thinks he's been beneficial to people. And no, I personally absolutely believe he's been worse overall. Anyway, this is the reason why this entire conversation started was because Ethan, on his own, by the way, I just want to fucking point this out because motherfuckers are like, dude, you did this or whatever. Very strange. First of all, I would have never told Ethan to delete the Jordan Peterson videos. I would not delete the Jordan Peterson videos. I understand why he did it, but I would not have deleted the Jordan Peterson videos. Not only that, but also I've been asking him to try to get Jordan Peterson on, and he is working on it as well. So there's that. So let's just remind ourselves of this reality before we continue. Many of you that are in here already know what my stances are on this stuff, so it doesn't really matter. But you know, it bears repeating, especially because it's probably going to be a YouTube video eventually. So, Ethan, a couple days ago, or I guess yesterday, technically, I don't know exactly when it was, but he said, or 20 hours ago, so yesterday, said, years ago, I interviewed Jordan Peterson before I was very familiar with his politics. He was an interesting guest who I enjoyed sitting with, but especially now I can see he's a dangerous gateway to alt-right, transphobia, and COVID misinfo. I removed both interviews today. So people got mad at him for doing this and said, you know, you're fucking piece of shit. And then they started getting into, this is pretty funny, but other than like this funny joke, people basically started getting into the same old rehashed arguments of like Jordan Peterson Defense Brigade. It was like live and alive, basically. Sometimes I feel like the thing that killed Jordan Peterson wasn't Michaela Peterson, you know, who tried to get him to get experimental benzo therapy, but actually just people not paying attention to him, because reactionaries have nothing. It wasn't the apple cider. It was the fact that, like, you know, he went away, so Democrats and liberals no longer paid attention to him. And I think that that is the reason why there was no brigade defending him anymore. You know what I mean? Because that is the only way that the right galvanizes. That is the only way that the right get together. Wait, what is this? Why did Bruce say this? I can't see the Keemstar tweet. I tried to look at it in incognito and it's not showing. Did he get him to delete it? Anyway, he said Bruce DM. So basically, oh, this is pretty funny, by the way. Jordan Peterson literally responded to him on this one too. He said, "Not anymore. It's now shiny, clean, and beautiful too, like the rest of my house. Now that I finished renovating and recovered from being ill." So a lot of people started defending Jordan Peterson out of nowhere. Like, people that had just fucking totally forgotten about him were like, actually, I remember all of the old takes. You know, I remember all the reasons why I love Jordan Peterson, and started fucking doing the same thing that they always do to Ethan whenever he says anything. Okay? Whenever he says anything, it's like, dude, you're fat, shut the fuck up. Or, dude, you said the N-word, you said the F-word live on your show, shut the fuck up. It's like, dude, this is a deeply frustrating thing, and it's not just for Ethan. I know that people immediately will be like, you're rushing to defend your co-host or whatever the fuck. This is at the heart of what I believe in. This is why I do what I do. You guys already know this, but maybe there's some new people in here. But I personally believe that people have the capacity to change, okay? Ethan has said the N-word. Yeah, of course. I believe that people have the capacity to change, okay? Especially if they have changed. They've demonstrated that they've changed. They openly fucking apologized for what they have said. I said, of course, because, like, he's a fucking, yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's a YouTube Andy. He was like a fucking, he was on, like, the anti-HOGWATCH pipeline. Like, you know what I mean? Okay? The point is, that's not who he is. You know what I mean? That's not who he is anymore. That's the point. And if you try to constantly pin people to who they were, then you are not interested in having productive conversations. You're not interested in being a real progressive. You are just still a very draconian, Amera-brained dickhead, okay? And a lot of people on the internet are like this. Liberals are like this. Stan Twitter is like this. And Republicans absolutely are like this. N-word equals comedy? That's not what I'm saying at all. I am not saying that it was acceptable. You know what my take on this is, okay? You know what my take on this is. Shut the fuck up. But also, that's Ethan's take as well. He knows it's unacceptable. So the fact that so many people are like, immediately, so many people were like, oh, you fucking deleted this clip? Well, then fuck you. Here's a video of you saying the N-word, you know? And it is so strange. It's so fucking strange that, like, you know, conservatives who have made a living constantly fucking writing video essays about how, like, shitty SJWs are, how shitty the leftists are for, you know, saying that there's no way to rehabilitate someone, that people are simply good or bad, okay? And that, you know, people lack the capacity to change, and constantly reducing them to their worst moments. Okay? Like, if you're using shit from, like, 2014, 2015, 2016, when someone has already personally taken the steps to apologize and have very clearly shown you that they've changed, you're not actually interested in building a real argument. All you are interested in is to fucking take pot shots at someone and try to get other people on their side to hate that person. That's just simply it. I do not care. Okay? People will always say, oh, dude, you love cancel culture. You love cancel culture. You love cancel culture. It's like, no, I don't. Nobody loves cancel culture. I've gotten canceled more times than you have, 1,000%. Okay? I have gotten publicly canceled by the Republicans. I've gotten canceled by fucking Jake Tapper. I've gotten canceled by liberals. I've got canceled by everybody, okay? You're a fucking idiot. You're just a dumbass. But the most I've ever been canceled is obviously Republicans. Republicans have canceled me 1,000,000 times over. Okay? I get canceled at least twice a month? Exactly. I have been talking, one of the things I've been talking about for many, many years on this broadcast is my attitude on rehabilitation. If you've been in here for long enough, you already know this. This is something I've talked about 1,000,000 times over, about privilege blind spots and about rehabilitation. Okay? So seeing so many people be like, oh, dude, fuck, you know, this happened to Pokimane earlier this week. Now it's happening to Ethan. And it's happening all the time. And these people think that it actually works, but it doesn't work. Because most people understand that. Like, most people understand that people have the capacity to change. Okay? And that's precisely why it's not going to work. No one is going to fucking, you know, cancel Ethan for what he said however many years ago, when he clearly is not advocating for shit like that anymore and recognizes that it was wrong. You know what I mean? So what are you going to do? What do you want to do? You want to kill him? What do you want? You want to jail him, dude? You want to lock him up? You can't do anything. He's changed. What are you going to do? Too late. Sorry. You're too late. So that stuff is really fucking stupid. I hate it when the liberals do it. I hate it when the left does it, and I hate it when, you know, I hate it when he does it as well. When right wingers do it as well, obviously. Funniest part about right wing weirdos is their constant need to bring up old shit that people have apologized for years after they have clearly changed. Just because you're incapable of changing doesn't mean others aren't. Self-reflection and growth is at the heart of progress, as I've said time and time again. I also have talked before about privileged blind spots. These people love making a killing, shitting on cancel culture initiative behavior, only to weaponize old clips in the most cynical ways possible. Everyone who's spent enough time on my stream knows people's attitudes. Changing is a huge part of my advocacy. So everybody has privileged blind spots. And we are products of our systems, right? Everyone has privileged blind spots. We are products of the material and social conditions that we are subjected to. Okay? And that those attitudes that we grow up with change our understanding of the world. And if you as a leftist understand that we live in a very racist and very homophobic, very bigoted societal structure, very transphobic, then you understand why people are that way, right? So this is something that I care about. I believe that a lot of people can change that attitude, re-examine, self-reflect, and recognize that that's wrong and change that behavior. That is at the heart of everything I do in this community. That is at the heart of what I believe in. That is precisely why. Don't you get tired fighting Ethan's battles for him? I do not give a shit about Ethan Klein in this circumstance. I care more about this is a trending subject that is completely in my fucking personal universe of thought. This is like Hasanist thought to a T. Okay? Ethan can fight his own battles. He has a gigantic community who loves him, and they're doing a great job regardless. The reason why I'm covering this and the reason why I'm talking about this is because it's a good opportunity to teach people what I personally believe in. Okay? What is this Jordan Peterson ratio, this clown? Anyway. Riding party waves are fun, but that's all said. But that said all to yourself is something else you'll always meet back in the lineup. I don't know what that is. Anyway, as I was saying, it's very easy to just be like, "Oh, dude, you're doing this because of Ethan." It's like, no, this is a trending subject, and that's precisely why I'm covering it. But that doesn't mean I'm covering it because I want to defend Ethan. I'm covering it because this is what I believe in. If you look up like. Okay, here, I just Googled privileged blind spots, cancel culture. HasanAbi talks cancel culture 11 months ago. HasanAbi reacts to cancel culture. Is there another way? 5 months ago. Cancel culture, HasanAbi 1 month ago. Like, I'm willing to bet that I will play whatever the fuck I play from a year ago, from 5 years ago. Woke Bay, not so woke, cancel culture, cultural appropriation rant from 3 years ago. And you will hear the exact same things I've been saying for many, many, many years. But the only difference is that people refuse to hear what my perspective is on this matter and immediately say, you're a leftist, you love cancel culture, leftists love cancel culture. Okay? I have always been consistent on my attitude on cancel culture, what I believe in.
That's the best way to describe it, okay?
Here.
He was referencing the Tyler, the Creator, calls himself that. I just don't... I don't know what the deal is. I didn't look into it, to be honest. Like, I didn't look into it because I've just been mourning John McCain. I've been watching the funeral live stream over and over again, crying. You know, thinking about how, you know, John McCain represented just radical centrism. Not really, but, you know, that's what a lot of people want to think. So, yeah, I've just been so distraught over John McCain's grave. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous at this point. It's like, all right, dude, you know. Anyway, Eminem has said it a lot before too, though. Well, I mean, I think back when Eminem said it a lot, it was like, debated as to, I mean,
We're talking about the F word. Tyler, the creator, apparently used the F word or something.
That doesn't make it right, but let's remember what the culture was like back then, right? It was definitely a lot more different than now, and people were like trying to have a conversation as to whether it was even like contextually like anti-gay as a slur. It was, of course, and like I said, as a collective, we decided that it was bad, and even back then, people knew that it was bad. But I still remember the South Park episode, you know what I mean? Like, not saying that the South Park episode is important, but it provides a cultural reference point, you know? To give you an understanding of whether or not this is considered hate speak at the time. There was an entire episode dedicated to whether, to the F word not being considered a hate slur, that you can be gay and an F word, but mostly it has nothing to do with being gay, blah, 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 all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, like, Eminem was he said a lot worse things than that, too. I mean, he very graphically...
Okay, we're skipping this part. It's 43 minutes, and it's not fucking edited, but...
it's not necessarily defensive. It seems like it's offensive most of the time. And that's what I think a lot of people have a hard time... getting on board with call-out culture, you know what I mean? Not, like I said, I'm not even saying that it's bad across the board. Like, a lot of people have a hardline stance to that. A lot of people have a hardline stance against canceling people, all this stuff. A lot of you have a hardline stance for canceling people, you know? Privately, it is more of a caring conversation, absolutely. Thank you, Jojo J-Ro. Yeah,
But for the record, I had like, I don't know, like fucking 30 people in here at this point, or like maybe 100 people.
Somewhat dangerous and somewhat an aspect, an element of the left that definitely deserves a little bit more of a...
Here, I'm just going to reduce it to this, okay? Are you ready? Cancel culture is conducted by both sides of, or all sides of the ideological spectrum. Nobody gives a shit. They just weaponize it against who the fuck they hate. Okay, there are understandable efforts to deplatform certain people that are actually incredibly harmful, causing misinformation, yada, yada, yada. Deplatforming works. Obviously, look at Milo, look at Alex Jones. Deplatforming has actually worked tremendously well on them. However, as far as cancel culture goes, everybody does it. It's fucking annoying. Everybody hates it. Especially worse when someone is pulling out old shit, okay, that you no longer believe. That's idiotic to bring up old shit that you no longer believe if you are canceling someone for what their current position is, okay? If the old shit that they've said also corresponds to their current position, then that's understandable. If someone is racist 10 years ago and they're still racist now, then that makes sense. But if someone is racist 10 years ago and not racist now and anti-racist as a matter of fact, then you are the fucking racist Groiper account on Twitter being like, I can't believe you said the N-word. How curious. It's like, motherfucker, I just looked at your profile. You're saying the N-word on your profile right now. Numerous times. You are a literal Nazi and you're trying to fucking act like you're offended and shocked that someone said the fucking N-word, dude. Anyway. So. That shit blows my fucking mind. It makes me blow a goddamn gasket, okay? It's very, very frustrating. Oh. I hate it. You have to admit the video clip looks pretty bad. Of course it does. Of course. No one is saying it's good, dumbass. Why the fuck would anyone be like, this clip of someone saying the N-word is good? Like, it's not. Of course it's not good, you fucking idiot. What? Oh, wow, dude. What a brilliant take, man. Thank you. Thank you for your brave take, dude. You fucking did it, dog. You fucking did it, bro. That's so good. That's so good, man. Thank you for saying that, a clip of someone saying the N-word is not good. We were really confused on that take. So, stunning and brave. What do you want, a fucking cookie, dumbass? Everybody knows that. Everybody already agrees on that. We're talking about how people utilize that, okay? In the words of the great Lang Buddha, who I DM'd last night because I was like, I love that one quote that Lang Buddha used to always have. What was it? And I'm just going to read it actually to you. And I'm going to do his voice. I'm going to try to do his voice when I read it. Okay? In the words of the great Lang Buddha, judging someone by their past is judging someone who never existed. I fucked it up. It sounds like Jordan Peterson when I said it. I love that. I love that Lang Buddha always says judging someone by their past is judging someone who never existed. Okay? That's what he used to say to Donnie all the time. Donnie, judging someone by their past is judging someone who never existed, Donnie. Is that better? No. And Donnie was such a cancel culture Andy. Yes, Donnie loved cancel culture. I mean, Donnie killed people. So, yes. The ultimate cancel culture. So, yeah, judging someone by their past is judging someone who doesn't exist. Sorry. Judging somebody that doesn't exist anymore. So, the point is this, okay? The point is this. Like, all of these people in the fucking quote tweets, from the Groypers to the liberals to the fucking, you know, Andy no Andys, okay? The Andy no fans, like, they're all extremely disingenuous in the way that they're fucking shitting on Ethan. Do I be like, he said the N-word or the F-word? That's really fucked up. Shut the fuck up, you bitch, whatever. And it's so fucking stupid. Like, you are quite literally engaging in cancel culture in the worst kinds, okay, of cancel culture. You just don't care. You just do not care because it's your ideological enemy, and it's really disingenuous, and it's really fucking unproductive. Now, having said that, anger focused inward instead of the people out there dropping hard R's. We play into the right's hands when we do this shit. Wait, what? Haven't you said plenty of times the cancel culture doesn't exist and isn't really a thing? I'm just confused. It doesn't exist in the way that people claim it does. It's just because, like, Ethan is not fucking canceled. I haven't actually been canceled. I've been canceled more times than anyone else, but like, it's not real in the sense that like nothing material harm is in most circumstances completely immaterial. It's not a significant amount of material harm that you can cause to someone. There's no like actual results of cancel culture. I am not going to cover a breaking hostage situation at the Texas synagogue. I will send you into that Texas synagogue right now if you don't stop linking. Breaking news about a fucking hostage situation in a goddamn synagogue. When have I ever covered breaking news? Stop! You know better. You're a 15-month subscriber. You've been in this community for such a long fucking time. I'm going to cancel you forever. Fuck. You have before, but like, no, I personally do not. I don't. Unless there is like misinformation being spread. That's different than January 6th, dumbasses. We're not talking about the insurrection happening at the fucking Capitol. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a fucking school shooting or a mass shooting or a drive-by or an act of terror. I usually don't cover that when it's immediately breaking. One, because there's a lot of TOS violations. There's a lot of blood. Okay, I don't want to get fucking banned. And two, there's a lot of people who look to events like that to start spreading misinformation. So all the information that you get in a breaking news story like that oftentimes is fucking false. So why would I spread misinformation to 35,000 people? It's very, very fucking stupid. Okay? Oh. When information is all over the place, it's irresponsible to cover that story while it's new. Chatters don't ever say shit like that in the chat. I mean, they know better. Stop. Okay. So no one is actually fucking canceling Ethan either. It's just like dumb morons who have made a living crying about cancel culture, like trying to do cancel culture to someone else. And it's not sticking. It doesn't work. It's just people who will constantly fucking bring back old things that you have said that, you know, old things you've said that you no longer believe. You know what I mean? The only thing that's been canceled more than HasanAbi is the last 3 seconds on the microwave popcorn. Good one. Which 99th of the time the accusers are using the words they're upset about? Yeah. So the other thing, what else we got to talk about? The other thing about this, like Ethan Klein saga, was that where the fuck was it? Okay, so we talked about my takes on it, people fucking jumping on, and then Jordan Peterson basically fucking tweeted, where is it? What are you up to, Ethan? We had a good conversation. I enjoyed meeting you and talking with you. What I have said precisely that motivated your actions. What have I said precisely that motivated your actions and your accusations? Deleting our discussions. An honest question. And then he like quote tweeted himself. Classic Jordan Peterson move. Quote tweeted himself and then fucking, what did he say? Fake friend Hostage?
I'm a shell of a man.
He used to say to Donnie all the time.
I'm a loser.
That's what he used to say to Donnie all the time.
Yeah, Steve's a
Donnie,
loser.
Judging someone by their past is judging someone who never existed, Donnie.
Not that desperate.
Is that better?
Why is he talking about me, Chad? So dumb, dude.
Bitch.
Everyone always says,
how have I been in
Steve,
LA
you're a
2 weeks
loser.
and the sun
Steve,
still doesn't
you
ask me
shell
to
of a
hang out?
man. You're useless.
Fake friend,
Blah,
fake
blah,
friend,
blah.
fake friend, fake friend, fake.
Oh my God, he's calling me fake friend. Dude, first of all, I don't know if he knows this, but it's called COVID. Okay, but yeah, no, I do want to chill with him. And it's been raining non-fucking stop, and I want to ball up with him too. Until this last message that I sent him asking him about this quote last night, I was the last person that hit him up, for the record. So he's the fake friend. True. So here, Jordan Peterson said, you know, what are you up to, Ethan? Finally, you might seriously consider providing me with footage so I can post it, given that I agreed to appear on your show based on the agreement that there would be, in fact, a show. Also, I should warn you that those who engage in cancel culture generically live to regret it. I'm not going to come after you, except politely in this Twitter stream, but the chickens will definitely come home to roost. You will be held to a higher and higher and soon impossible to maintain ethical standards by the very mob you currently wish to please, then you will make a mistake. They will devour you with glee. Please take this warning seriously. I liked you. Okay. So he's like seething. He's operating like the Dragon of Chaos here. So Ethan obliges and starts talking. He says, to start, you called a ban on conversion therapy moral grandstanding 6 days ago. 6 days ago when Jordan B. Peterson tweeted this, Ethan fucking texted this to me and he was like genuinely shocked. He's like, what the fuck? And I personally think that like Ethan, maybe because of his affinity towards him early on when he had him on the show and stuff, like he literally just like, he was legitimately shocked. He was like, what the fuck? This is like insanely fucking Republican. And I was like, yes, I've been saying this for years. Thank you. Yes, he has always been that way. But now, you know, many people are starting to recognize it, especially because like, he is very open about his like reactionary points of view. Conversion therapy, more moral grandstanding from a juvenile OM. Okay? Because Justin Trudeau banned conversion therapy in Canada. Like, can you comprehend a person who claims to be a liberal saying this? Then he said, you believed in enforced monogamy from the New York Times interview. Violent attacks are what happens when men do not have partners, Mr. Peterson says, and society needs to work to make sure those men are married. He was angry at God because women were rejecting him, Mr. Peterson says, of the Toronto killer. The cure for that is enforced monogamy. That is why monogamy emerges. Enforced monogamy. Mr. Peterson does not pause when he says this. Enforced monogamy is, to him, simply a rational solution. Otherwise, women will only go for the most high-status men, he explains, and that couldn't make either gender happy in the end. That take is just red pill shit, okay? You're just a red pill pickup artist at that point. So, as someone who, like, covered the shit very closely, who's very familiar with that, it's just, he's doing incel theory. Like, he's doing fucking dialectical incelism, okay? That's a psychotic thing to fucking say in the New York Times and then have his fucking fan base who agrees with him defend him while still simultaneously holding on to the belief that he's not a fucking, you know, incel right-winger. Okay. So, half the men fail, he says, meaning that they don't procreate, and no one cares about the men who fail. I laugh because it's absurd. You're laughing about them, he says, giving me a disappointed look. That's because you're female. Bro, this idea that, like, if you get no bitches, you're gonna fucking start doing murder is a psychotic one, okay? He owned her, though. She is a female. You're abroad. Your mischaracterization of Bill C-16 resulted in a surge of transphobia. The bill was created to add trans people as a protected group against hate crimes. Using the wrong pronoun would not result in anyone going to jail. In fact, to this day, 0 people have gone to jail. That's also true. Funny. Using the wrong pronouns would need to be considered in totality with other actions for it to constitute a hate crime, basically like any other hate crime, which, of course, ironically, was already in a legal precedent that existed. It just expanded on the federal level, okay? It was already in most places. It's like if you decriminalize marijuana in like every state and then decided to decriminalize marijuana at the federal level and people are like, this is going to destroy society. It's like, bitch, it already exists. The fuck are you talking about? But of course, because Americans are so goddamn stupid and don't recognize that like Canada has and different countries have different kinds of hate crime and hate speech restrictions, that they jumped on it and were like, this is a chilling effect on free speech. Shut the fuck up. Okay, you can't compel speech, man. Yes, you can. People compel speech all the fucking time. You are a fucking baboon, okay? Any incels in the chat, smilers, shut the fuck up, okay? There are hate speech restrictions in many countries, okay? In most countries. America is actually not the norm with how unrestrictive it is. And yet, even then, there are still hate speech and, well, not hate speech, but there are free speech restrictions. Free speech is not a maximalist, absolutist position you can take on it. There is no such thing. If that's the case, then fucking do slander, lie, perjure people, okay? Defame people without, and try to get away with it actively. Or violate copyright consistently. Another way to fucking destroy free speech. Yell fire in a crowded theater. Okay, you can't do these things, and the reason why you can't do these things is because even in America, that has the most unleashed, unrestricted free speech restrictions, there are still understandably fucking free speech regulations. Okay, that's it. Using the wrong pronouns would need to be considered in totality with other actions for it to constitute a hate crime, basically like any other hate crime. As I found you amicable in our conversation, very interesting and insightful, but I am just not comfortable being a part of a pipeline leading to takes like this. Up yours, Justin Trudeau. Seriously, you'd have to kill me first. Why did he say this? Because he's getting 4,000 retweets and 27,000 likes. When Jordan Peterson crawled out of the fucking post-benzo addiction hole that he was in, okay, after he almost died in fucking like Croatia, or Serbia or wherever the fuck he was, because his daughter wanted to go bang a fucking weirdo PUA guy at a fucking Serbian hookah bar, okay, in the middle of fucking COVID apexing through the goddamn cities, and gave Jordan Peterson's like crippled body fucking COVID and almost murdered him, okay, after the experimental cold turkey benzo treatment that he could only get in fucking Russia, almost murdered him. He fucking had, 50 people liking his tweets, but now he's back, and now he's beefing up the fucking conservative, like, I hate these COVID restrictions bullshit, because it fucking makes him money, and you guys are fucking idiots for not recognizing that. If you don't recognize that, okay? It's just very, very stupid. Like, imagine loving a dude who got owned by Apple Cider. Wouldn't be me. Anyway, so, like, what is this? If you're taking care of some last minute Christmas shopping this week, here's something you can also add to your list: a booster. Up yours, Justin Trudeau. Seriously, you don't have to kill me first. Dog, you're gonna die if you get COVID anyway. You have the constitution of like nothing, okay? You are frail. You are fragile as fuck. You will die to COVID if you get COVID. Get a fucking booster and protect yourself. This motherfucker almost died to apple cider, okay? If you almost died to apple cider, COVID could certainly fucking rip you, all right? And then CNN guest Jessica Malati calls on Spotify that plays warnings around Joe Rogan's podcast, alerting listeners his information is actually incorrect. Scientists call on Joe Rogan's podcast mass misinformation event, and he's saying scientists, they're not real scientists. So, so there it is. There it fucking is. These are some of the many different things that Jordan Peterson has said, okay? If you want to talk about his fucking transphobia and all this other shit, there are videos that I have conducted. 89 countries worldwide have hate speech laws. 84% of European countries have hate speech laws. In the Americas, 11 out of the 35 have hate speech laws. Like, plenty of countries have hate speech laws, okay? And all people still at this point can fucking say is you're taking them out of context. Like the oldest fucking takes in the book that I have heard 1,000,000 times over. Okay? 1,000,000 times over. EU is a bit overkill with their hate speech laws, to be honest. I do agree with that. Not only that, but also the very same people that fucking hate speech laws because it routinely claps their ass cheeks will regularly use like NetsDG, for example, to try and, region lock my VODs. So miss me with that bullshit. I get fucking clapped way more than everyone else by cancel culture and hate speech restrictions. Shut the fuck up. Okay? The impacts of cancel culture are negligible, as I've said time and time again. It's just annoying and a nuisance. The only real thing is the top of the hour ad break. And if you want to cancel the top of the hour ad break, you have a powerful method to do so by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account. Yeah. Or if you're lucky enough, you could potentially get gifted a sub. Some people are, some people aren't. If you're not lucky, though, you make your own luck by subscribing. That's how you got to do it. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay. So, he's now posting this article. to have a conversation on H3H2 Productions and myself. Have a conversation on H3. How do I say that? And myself. With H3H2 Productions. What is it? And I? What? I don't. You're the smartest, dumbest person I know. I think it'd be very productive to have a conversation with Ethan and I on our show Leftovers. Okay, chat is triggering the fuck out of me right now. I was right originally, and like motherfuckers were. Just shut the fuck up, chat. Yeah, put it in emote mode. Put it in emote mode. I think it'd be very productive to have a conversation with Ethan and myself on our show Leftovers. You could clarify your stances at Jordan B. Peterson. There you go. Then now fucking juice this shit. Go ahead. Y'all are fucking hella annoying sometimes, dude. It's like the worst when chat hive mind is the best and also simultaneously the worst. I don't know how. Won't he admit he's wrong on the show and then continue saying his harmful points outside the show? No. What? No, what is happening? Huh? Anyway, you don't need to ask Ethan for this invite. I've already talked to Ethan about this. He is down. He wants this to happen. I just don't know why he hasn't. There's no way he will agree. He won't 2v1 though. Okay, he can bring someone else on too, along with him, if he wants the 2v2. Like, I don't have a problem with that either. So removing old interviews just to make new videos of new interviews with JP. Well, here's the difference there, okay? Well, first of all, this is my take and not Ethan's, okay? This is my point of view. I personally would not have deleted the old videos, but I respect Ethan's decision in doing so, okay? Because having a new video with Jordan Peterson with your current point of view is entirely different than keeping up older videos where it seems like you are in agreement with this person. One could be seen as platforming. The other one is having an actual discussion. That is the difference. If you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. They're unlisted, not deleted. Yeah. It's not a debate. It's a discussion. It is an opportunity for clarity. It is an opportunity to, it's an opportunity for clarity and to, you know, clarify your positions. The older interviews that Ethan did with Jordan Peterson were absolutely positive ones, where there was no pushback, nothing at all. And that those videos would still pop up. Okay? Jordan is bigger than? Wouldn't Jordan be promoting H3? No, Jordan Peterson is no longer bigger than Ethan Klein. Jordan Peterson, there was a point where Jordan Peterson was popping off. Not anymore. Oh, Joe Rogan's guest makes a Dan Crenshaw's eye joke. So I wanted to see this a while ago, and I never actually did. Is this person a fucking...
Tears in your eye?
Oh. More than I can count, my friend.
Well,
More than I can count.
I could see you're being facetious, but it stings.
You never hit your own eye?
You never got your own
I'm
juice?
sure I have, but it's probably been when I was younger.
Is that Shane Gillis?
In the eyeball.
Yeah, well, I was laying on my
Right in
back
the
and it
mud.
went straight up.
Right in the
got me, and
mud.
the girl I was with
It
really
happened
got
to
a
me.
kick out of it.
It happened to me recently.
She laughed all night.
It happened to me recently. I stared right down the barrel of it.
Isn't this Shane Gillis? Yeah, I'm right. The fuck do you mean? Why is chat being like, no, that's Mark Norman. That's the other person, dude. This is Shane Gillis.
For some reason.
Yeah.
It fucking drilled me.
For the record, he got banned. He was going to be on SNL, and then he got cancel cultured because of his podcast where he was doing like Come Town Light shit and, you know, a lot of like anti-Asian jokes that were super fucking hacky. And I also saw exclusively his like super hacky bits about like the Asian food and whatnot. And I personally never looked into it other than that. And I thought he was dog shit. And then I actually watched his stand-up special on YouTube. And obviously, like, there's still some dumb and not great bits in there, even in a stand-up special. But there's some pretty good jokes in there too. Like talking about his dad being a Fox News watcher and shit like that. He has some good fucking bits. And I was surprised. But he does do reactionary comedy for sure. But he has some decent stand-up. His Fox News dad joke is very good.
It gets you.
What were you expecting?
Suicide by gay love.
That's what got Crenshaw's eye.
Yeah. That's not true.
Joe Rogan's such a pussy. Look at us.
That's what got Crenshaw's eye.
Yeah. That's not true. It was in Afghanistan. That's heartless.
I mean, you got to jerk off out there.
Heartless.
Damn, look at him. He had the fucking fear of God, dude. Everybody went silent. What happened, boys? I thought y'all liked fucking edgy comedy. What? Damn, dude. That was crazy, dude. What the fuck? Room full of fucking insult comics and edgy comics. Like you got, and they all just went quiet. That's too far.
I mean, you got to jerk off out there.
Heartless and inaccurate.
No, it happened in Afghanistan.
That's a good name.
It
We
was just in the
could
eye.
be Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda's not bad, or Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda.
Pete Davidson already had to apologize. Dan Crenshaw would not have done the same for Joe Rogan. They talk about Nick Mullen this episode. Oh shit. Prove that offensive humor is only funny if you're offending the people you don't like. Yeah, I mean, certainly. I hate the fact that someone could be a bad person, and if you find one thing funny that they did, Zoomers will like try to kill you. No, this goes both ways. I think comedy is in an entirely separate league of its own because, like, if you are going to make good comedy, you're going to make a fuckload of bad comedy building up to the good comedy. Because the only way that you can actually put together a fire bit that is, like, accurate, insightful, hilarious, whatever the fuck, is by failing over and over again. And failure oftentimes means you are saying horribly wrong shit that people don't even fucking think is remotely funny. Okay? But the unfortunate thing is that people don't recognize that as a performance and see that as like a reinforcement of like pre-existing, racist tropes and biases. Now, obviously, a lot of people exclusively rely on that, and those people are Steven Crowder, okay? And they are literally just simply not funny and are only relying on racism, white supremacy, homophobia, yada, yada, to be able to like get people to clap and go, yes, I agree with you. Thank you. And I think that is absolutely the fucking worst thing for comedy, is just like seeking affirmation from an audience. Okay? I think bombing isn't the same as saying vile shit. No. The difference between vile shit that you said that fucking absolutely slapped and vile shit that you said that did not, that comes across as vile shit, is how you delivered it. You can I say vile shit on a regular basis, and in this audience, it fucking works really well. It might not in other audiences, but ultimately, there is a difference. Now, please, this is all contextual. Don't fucking be like, what about what Kramer did? You know what I mean? What about what Kramer did? Like, that's not a joke. That's just him being emotionally unstable and incredibly fucking racist in that moment. Obviously, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is whenever someone like Shane Gillis is like on a podcast as a comedian and like testing out bits, or just like throwing hacky bits in rapid fire. You can be a horrible person, but if the room is right, that's not bombing. What I mainly meant by that is that you can find the bits that aren't racist, homophobic, etc. funny, and there are people that will be like, nah, fuck that, fuck everything you did, which I like. Sure, I get their good faith with that, but it's not that serious. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not. People who complain about cancel culture fail to explain Daniel Tosh, a dude who was at his point, a 20-year career saying vile things in incredibly hilarious ways without being canceled, or Anthony Jeselnik as well. So, that affirmation take pretty accurately explains the Chappelle / Nanette specials. Yes, well, I have already used that affirmation take when describing Dave Chappelle, who I now believe is the Nanette, but for, transphobic people and like people who hate cancel culture. That's it. Like, what Dave Chappelle's last special was fucking Nanette. It was Nanette for motherfuckers who hate Nanette and SJWs and shit like that. It was anti-SJW Nanette. You do realize you're exactly the same as Crowder? You're literally just a diametrical opposite from a left point of view. Yeah, but I think because of my leftist worldview, I end up coming across more prescient with my takes and don't have to rely on like hacky fucking bits over and over again regularly. And I'm not a very funny person, and it's something that I regularly admit. I wish I was a funnier person. I wish I was more clever. I'm not. But I think I also recognize my limitations, whereas Steven Crowder does not. So my problem with Steven Crowder is not his interest in like making people laugh. I don't think yours is that with him either. My gripe with Steven Crowder is that he is a bad person, and he believes in bad things, and reinforces idiotic and oftentimes vile ideas that are outdated and harmful. Also, my accents are better. You're funny, just not in a comedian type of way. I mean, yeah, I have my bits, but that's it. I'm not like I think I'm decently funny, but I would not consider myself to be I would not consider myself to be a comedian, okay? But what comedians do is not all that different from what I do, which is cultural critique. That's what comics do, okay? They just do it better. They do it in a funnier way. That's it. Anyway. Check out this fire meme about socialism on Joe's Insta story. Social living and capitalism. This is unbearable. Social living and socialism. This isn't real socialism. What? When has there been socialist living in socialism? When you have people who are comedians on like Will, Stop, Felix, I feel like you're able to flex your comedy bone. Yeah, I mean, my comic friends seem to think I'm funny, but that's it. Because they don't want to be mean. Got him, dude. Except the irony here is that chat's only understanding of humor is like shitting on me in every moment. Anyway. To be fair, probably within capitalism is rainbows and shit if I got that fat Spotify deal. Yeah. Why does he have rainbows when motherfuckers are out in the streets going without medical care and food? Rogan is such an idiot because he is privileged and doesn't recognize that people... Not everyone is, not everyone has $100 million Spotify deal. So, like you said, you are funny, but not a comedian. Yes. Okay. So, what is this? That's the thing, though. Neither of you are harming anyone, yet both of you attack each other. I am saying you're both bad in this. Wait, what? Dude, I think a prerequisite to like be the online centrist is by just mercilessly hitting your head until your brain is completely smoothened out. Like there's no fucking wrinkles in it. Dog, there is clearly a difference between what Steven Crowder advocates for and what I advocate for. If you cannot comprehend the difference between someone who's like George Floyd deserved to be murdered and someone who says black people should not be indiscriminately murdered by the fucking police at a much, much higher rate than any other race in this country, and that we should not over-police black communities and yada, yada. And the other guy is saying, no, we should actually do that. That's really good. And I'm going to justify that by being a racist shithead. Then that's a you problem at that point, okay? Like, it's just like, what has happened to your brain? Why is it as smooth as a fucking grape? What happened to you? If you say that there's no difference and that politics is unimportant in that situation, then, you're a fucking idiot. Or deeply privileged to, so you're basically just saying that politics in that difference, or politics in that situation does not matter to you. Oh, Meals by Cuisine. This guy went on Side Talk. I love this guy.
Yo, we at Sabaros, the fresh.
I fucking love this dude. I watch him all the time. Hey, take care. Wash your hair.
Fresh Italian cooking. There ain't nothing fucking Guinea about this joint except me standing outside here taking a shit on it. What's up with the rabbit ears?
Oh, they're not rabbit ears. They're cat ears.
Oh shit, how you doing? Slice is so oily, George Bush is about to fucking invade this shit. Cuisine, this place is straight class. Closed on Sundays because I gotta hang out with your sister. Let me ask you something. You like salads?
Yes, I like salads.
This is a salad. It's got some greens on it.
No. What the fuck is that?
Cuisine, it's colder than your sister's heart out here. How do you feel?
I'm great. Everything's great. The levels is good,
It's all good in the fucking neighborhood.
I'm here with my man Cuisine. If you got a problem with him, you got a problem with me, and let's get these fake ass Italians out of this fucking restaurant, guy.
Hey, take care. Brush your hair.
Fucking town.
I never noticed how much fucking ass jogs through fucking Central Park, bro. It's crazy, bro. Lunchtime was fucking amazing, bro. Seriously.
Look at this animal. He don't fuck around over here. Man, getting all over
of course he got his DC.
Place like your sister on a Sunday night.
Yeah, I love him. One, because like he's an Italian, and two, because he fucking loves DC, dude. And you know me, I'm also a big fan of that DC. Gotta have it. What's on the menu today? Like, literally, what are you gonna eat later? Same shit I always eat. You're funny. The issue is that you're live 8 fucking hours a day. Impossible to land that often. I think I land fairly regularly for 8 hours a day. I switched to DC because of you, and there's no turning back. Yeah. Once you get used to the fucking delicious, savory nectar of gods, the DC Diet Coke, it's going to be impossible for you to get back to regular Coke. I think it's like way too sweet. I hate it. My dad was cured of terminal cancer with a stem cell transplant after a 12-year battle and never paid a penny. S-word bad. I'm an Englishman living in America, and your health insurance system is the biggest scam to ever exist. You self-righteous Brits are all the same. Why are you paying all that money to corporate middleman who's financially motivated not to pay your medical care? This is our land now, you dirty commies. We don't need your damn logic and compassion for the less fortunate. Dude, where are these Redditors whenever someone's like, Hasan should be a guest on the Joe Rogan Experience? Like, they just are never around, you know? It's always like the same fucking weirdos who are like ANCAP crypto bros that are replying about how I'm fucking terrible. No, I do not like Coke Zero. I like DC more than I like Coke Zero. Yeah, Coke Zero tastes way more like normal Coke. I don't like that. I like the unique taste of Diet Coke. All right, can we fucking juice this up further? What the fuck's going on here? Huh? What the fuck's going on here? DC. Only 4,000? That's unacceptable. Why the United States photographed his own WW... Wait, what? Is there gonna be fucking TOS in this? I don't want to get clapped up by Twitch for their really stupid TOS takes on this sort of shit. Are you afraid of the tsunami? No. I haven't seen anyone asking you about how are you doing aside from the shitstorm that the world unveils on a basis. How are you? I'm great, man. Thank you for asking. Yes, there is. I watched it. Someone said, yes, it's clean. And someone said, yes, there is TOS. He's not going to come. He knows you are bad faith and biased. He hates people like you. See, this is what I mean. It's like, dude, this person, this is just as true as Elon Kami meme, you try to ratio. This is the person who's like literally a, 35-year-old crypto bro, okay? Who is going to be the most divorced man in America soon, if he ever finally, catches a stray, right? And, he is straight up posting like a 14-year-old K-pop stan, okay? Like, straight up. This is like, Jimin, don't talk to him, Jimin. I'll defend you. Like, that's what you're doing. But you're doing it for Jordan Peterson. At least Jimin is overall, bringing joy to the planet, okay? Like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? How are you going to behave like a K-pop stan for a dude that can't even sing or dance or look pretty as fuck? How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that for someone who is not a part of a K-pop band? How? Motherfuckers that do this for Joe Rogan, motherfuckers that do this for Jordan Peterson, like they got nothing going on. Anyway, I'm gonna ban this sock account. Elon is the most divorced man in America right now, so that makes sense. Have you seen Jordan Body Pop is fire? You spoke like JP for a moment. He's possessing you, lmao. Now you give the K-pop stands in chat confidence. Yeah, I mean, don't worry until they say some shit that I disagree with. Dude, why did you say 35 like it's old as fuck? You are 5 new MasterChef seasons away from that. Yes, except the difference is like, do you see me fucking standing like that on the timeline? No. I get excited for certain things, but that is the main difference. The way I conduct myself is a little bit different than the way that that guy is throwing his entire fucking life on the line to defend Jordan Peterson. The only person I stand for that hard is fucking Dua Lipa, okay? And there is a unique purpose for that. Anyway, here, I'll show you this other one about Jordan Peterson before we move on from the JBP thing. I gotta go pee though while this plays.
This is from China.
Okay, this is like a totally fucked up,
this is
easily dismissible take.
So this is Foxy and Nua. I think I've got that right. But I just love that representation. It's so insanely cool, this representation. So you see the sort of the primary mother and father of humanity emerging from this underlying snake-like entity with its tails tangled together. I think that's I really do believe this, although it's very complicated to explain why. I really believe that's a representation of DNA. So, and that representation, that entwined double helix, that is everywhere. You can see it in Australian Aboriginal art, and I'm using the Australians as an example because they were isolated in Australia for like 50,000 years. They're the most archaic people that were ever discovered, and they have clear representations of these double helix structures in their art. So, and those are the 2 giant serpents out of which the world is made, roughly speaking. It's the same thing, you see that in the staff of Asclepius, which is the healing symbol that physicians use, although usually that's only 1 snake, but sometimes it's 2. So that's a Chinese representation, and then there's this. That's the Egyptian representation. We talked about the Egyptian story the other day, right? We talked about Isis and Osiris. So there they are, cobras. Their tails are twined together. See, they emerge out of that. That's the dragon of chaos that manifests itself as culture and nature. That's the representation. That's unbelievably cool. So. Unbelievably cool. Anyway, none of that is real. Jordan Peterson actually was a DNA double helix discovered in 1953 is depicted by the ancient Chinese, Aboriginal, and Egyptian art. Here's Jordan Peterson saying he opposes gay marriage because it's backed by cultural Marxists and represents an assault on traditional modes of being.
Another question voted up, 77 votes. Australia is holding a plebiscite on whether to legalize gay marriage. I'm against the Yes campaign, but only because it's backed by cultural Marxists. I'm curious to hear your views on gay marriage.
This motherfucker will justify anything to be like, oh, it's just cultural Marxism. By the way, cultural Marxism, and I've talked about this a million times over, is just the modernized version of saying cultural Bolshevism, which is the Nazi propaganda against Jews, for the record, that the idea that the Jews have taken over in the Frankfurt School all matter, all facets of academia, and are pumping out degenerate and anti-classical, hedonistic attitudes. Okay, that Judeo-Bolshevism or cultural Bolshevism is actively being pumped into the minds of our youth through schools, in the Frankfurt School, that is impacting people through art, and it's degenerate, and it is it's the same exact shit that conservatives cry about all the time: homosexuality in the media, or women showing their ass or whatever the fuck, twerking in the media. That's absolute bullshit. Cultural Marxism is a Frankfurt School-based take in academia, for crying out loud. Cry out loud as much as you want to, okay? But the conspiracy theory of cultural Marxism is just the modern version of cultural Bolshevism, which is A term widely used by the state-sponsored critics in Nazi Germany to denounce secularist, modernist, and progressive cultural movements. Okay? And cry about it out loud, but you are literally rehashing Nazi memes from World War II. Just because you grew up in America or you grew up in NA, where the right has universally adopted the newer version of that, does not change the reality that that is where this stems from. Jordan Peterson has routinely talked about it, by the way, as well. Here. The only difference is he doesn't say Jews are responsible for it. He just says that the left is responsible for it. That's it. Cultural Marxism is a far-right anti-Semitic conspiracy theory which claims that Western Marxism is the basis of continuing academic and intellectual efforts to subvert Western culture. Does that sound familiar to you? Through degeneracy, moral decay? The theory claims that an elite of Marxist theorists and Frankfurt School intellectuals are subverting Western society with a culture war, interesting, that undermines the Christian values of traditionalist conservatism and promotes the cultural liberal values of the 1960s counterculture and multiculturalism, progressive politics, and political correctness, misrepresented as identity politics created by critical theory. It is a contemporary revival of the Nazi propaganda term cultural Bolshevism. The conspiracy theory originated in the United States in the 1990s. While originally found only on the far-right political fringe, the term began to enter mainstream discourse in the 2010s and is now found globally. The conspiracy theory of a Marxist culture war is promoted by right-wing politicians, fundamentalist religious leaders like Jordan Peterson, political commentators like Jordan Peterson, in mainstream print and television media, and white supremacist terrorists. Scholarly analysis of the conspiracy theory has concluded that it has no basis in fact. Okay? Literally not true. That page was edited by cultural Marxists. Exactly, of course. That also is a Jewish conspiracy. Wikipedia, I mean. Oh, he was reading a comment by someone, except only a fool who has never heard a single word uttered by Jordan Peterson would think that he is not about to agree with him. I've seen this video a million times over. Or only a fool would think that Jordan Peterson routinely does not say cultural Marxism is creating moral decay in Western society. Here he's...
Well, I would be against it too if it was backed by cultural Marxists, because...
Pre-watch, motherfucker. I mean, quite literally. I have seen this video a million times over. There you go, chatter. Was that effective for you? Did that help you understand a little bit further what Jordan Peterson's attitude is on cultural Marxism? I will take my L and go, damn, mixed up Marxist culturalism from Frankfurt School, some U.S. conspiracy theories, my bad. I am a dummy from Eastern Europe.
Because it isn't clear to me that it will satisfy the ever-increasing, what would you call it, demand for an assault on traditional modes of being.
Why is homosexual marriage an assault on traditional modes of being? Why is an assault on traditional modes of being a bad thing? Why is it that, cultural Marxists are backing this effort and not just gay people that want to fucking marry each other? Also, I respect that chatter that said, I'm going to take the L and move on. These are questions that I would love to ask Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is asked about same-sex adoption and responds, oh shit, this one's so loud. And responds, I believe very firmly the nuclear family is the smallest viable human unit, mother, father, child, and if you fragment it below, you end up paying.
We are considering kids. What are your thoughts about gay people raising children? I think the devil's in the details, to tell you the truth. If I was ever talking to any individuals about that, the question is, well, how would you raise them? I mean, you have problems, right? If you're both of the same sex, then you're going to have the problem of how to provide the proper model for, let's say you have a boy and a girl. We know.
Remember, this is a person who is supposed to be a well-read clinical psychologist. Right? Well read. It is the most destroyed by empirical evidence argument that he is currently adopting the other side on. Like, he is straight up completely bullshitting right now about same-sex couples running into issues. It is just simply untrue. The only difference is single-parent households versus two-parent households. Okay? And that difference could be reduced to disposable income and free time to be able to engage in childcare. Okay?
This is indisputable, and this is something I've talked to Warren Farrell about. Kids in intact heterosexual families where the father is present do way better on...
He added heterosexual into that conversation. That's not true. That's not true. Numerous studies have been conducted on this to see if there are actual... to see if there's any material differences between same-sex marriages and same-sex couples and like child development. None whatsoever. The only difference you can see is a single-parent household versus a two-parent household, and that difference usually can be reduced, like I said, to disposable income and availability of one parent to take care of a child in times of need. That's it.
Multiple indices than kids who are part of single-parent families. Now, that doesn't mean that...
See, look, the second part of that is true. But he added heterosexual to the first part because he's a disingenuous piece of shit. Okay?
Part of single-parent families. Now, that doesn't mean that there are no single parents who do a good job, right? That's not the same bloody claim. Those are different claims. But on average, not only do kids where fathers are present do better, but societies, or even local societies, where there are more fathers present do better, not only for the kids that they're fathering, but the kids in the neighborhood where there are lots of intact families with fathers do better. And so I believe quite firmly that the nuclear family is the smallest viable human unit.
He's not wrong about that, but he completely added heterosexual into it. And he added mother-father into the nuclear family, which is made up. Completely made up. And that is gross as fuck.
More sexual opportunity, but that isn't what happened.
This is one of my favorite Jordan Peterson takes.
See this happening in universities where women outnumber men. So the men hypothetically have more sexual opportunity, but that isn't what happens. What happens is that a small minority of men have all the sexual opportunity. A fairly large minority of men don't. The women are unhappy because they can't find a committed relationship. It's bad for most of the men, and the men who have all the sexual opportunity get cynical.
But isn't this in some ways against your whole idea of equality of outcome?
For the record, this is Joe Rogan owning Jordan Peterson.
Because you're talking about equality of sexual outcome now. If these men, if you have a guy like a LeBron...
Homie straight up bodied Jordan Peterson's insane fucking worldview with his ape brain, okay? I wish he still had moments like this. It's pretty sad that moments like that are just gone now. Especially... moments like that will just never happen when it comes to COVID. He will just never, ever do that for COVID. No matter what happens. Very sad. Makes me sad.
James, that's a dominant basketball player that just kicks everyone's ass. This is a guy who succeeded at the highest level, right? Well, there's going to be people like that sexually. There's going to be people that are better at finding mates, and this is what they enjoy.
It's actually what does happen.
But what is wrong with that?
Well, what's wrong with it is that it destabilizes society, and it's
Oh, so you are advocating for equality of outcome. That's cool. That, you know, he's advocating for equality outcome in the sexual marketplace, which is incredibly complicated and totally about like interpersonal communication, relationships, the gray area, all this sort of stuff. When it comes to, I don't know, material equality, no place to be found, but it's the sexual marketplace where the government has to mandate you with a girlfriend. That's where that meme comes from in my chat, by the way. For those of you who are just tuning into my chat for the first time, you'll see like rules when you first click in. That's what that joke comes from. This is one of those jokes.
It's bad for children.
Right, you said that.
Yeah, but that's
what if they don't want to
it.
have children? But there's a lot of people that don't want to have children. There's a lot of people that choose to go their entire life without having children.
Also, there's no such thing as equality of outcome regardless. Marxists don't believe in equality of outcome. No one, that's not a real concept, okay? That is something that the right has said the left believes in, and maybe some dummies who don't understand the theory also advocate for that, but that's not a real concept. There will obviously always still be disparities, but those disparities should not change the reality that there should be equality of opportunity, actual equality of opportunity, which currently does not exist, and more importantly, there should be a base level of material equality afforded to every single working class individual who can find meaning in their lives on their own, because all of those other things have been taken care of by the collective. Okay? That's the entire purpose. Okay? I believe that we should have a base level of material equality afforded to everyone. If you need shelter, you have shelter. You have that taken care of. All of the hierarchy of needs that you have, the most important ones are taken care of. Okay? If you need it.
Children. There's men in their 30s. Some of my friends have vasectomies. They don't want children.
Mm-hmm.
So why would that help in any way, these involuntary celibates?
Well, I think you tilt the society so that it serves the interests of, well, that's a good question.
That moment when he says, I think you tilt society so it serves those who have less.
Oh no, I see.
To each their need, right? Or whatever it is.
To each from their ability, each according to their need. Oh shit!
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh my God, is that?
Again. Damn it! I should have thought about this before I went on tour.
Is that Michael Brooks?
For months to espouse it.
Let me.
Oh, rest in peace, brother. R.I.P. to Michael Brooks. On the other person that's doing the voice is Michael Brooks, a good friend of mine who passed away. Rest in power. He was the man. Jordan Peterson actually believes a scientific explanation for why people have color vision and contain the Bible. I don't really care about that. Jordan Peterson became a living meme partly due to his deranged belief that human beings and lobsters have the same physical and, by extension, social properties. Here's the actual evolutionary biologist, P.C. Myers, demolishing that pseudoscientific garbage.
Lobsters and people are the same. This is a sign that he is a loon.
And I use the lobster as an example because the lobster, we divulged from lobsters in evolutionary history about 350 million years ago, common ancestor.
No, that is ridiculous. 350 million years ago puts us in the early Carboniferous. Does he think lobsters evolved from sharks or sarcopterygians? There were diverse forms of both chordates and arthropods in the Carboniferous. The last common ancestor had to have long preceded this period. And it did. The best estimate of last common ancestor was that it lived deep in the Cryogenian, long before the Ediacaran, about 700 million years.
Dude, he's rolling him, but like in the most nerdy way possible, dude. Come on, be more entertaining. I just want to like poke him with a stick. Come on, dude.
Ago. Now, you might argue that this is just a pedantic detail, but this is coming from a guy who is an academic, who claims the facts matter, is trying to use evolution to prop up his theories. Do they or don't they? This is an egregious...
I love you, Hasan, but I'm not optimistic about you challenging Jordan Peterson in person. He's a slippery talker, and I don't want to see you get lost in the weeds. I don't give a shit, dude. You're fucking ridiculous. I love that, like, that take, one, is cowardly and idiotic, and you should know better. You have seen me fucking literally talk to professional political commentators and destroy them. So where the fuck is that coming from? 2, it's actually good that other people believe this. I want Jordan Peterson to believe that, so he will actually come on the show so we can talk to him. And 3, you will probably hear that from certain communities that will now use that as a way to be like, that's going to be terrible. That's going to be terrible. Hasan will do a disservice to the movement, blah, 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 because, you know, they're jealous that they won't be able to do it. You know?
This error. You can't argue for evidence from evolution if you're going to be that wrong. There's also a deeper logical error. He's describing 2 extant species, lobsters and humans, and claiming that a behavioral property of lobsters was present in our last common ancestor and therefore is also present in us. That makes no sense. It's like claiming that I have a mustache, and therefore my great-grandfather had to have had a mustache, which means that my brother must also have a mustache. He has just picked a species that has a trait he wants to claim is universal and extended it without good evidence. I can do the same thing. I'll pick a different arthropod, say bees. Then I'll point to a random vertebrate, say a bear.
Okay, he beated him, he bested him, but he also bested me. I'm dying of boredom. Classic Jordan Peterson moment. At the time he claimed he was unable to sleep for 25 days and faced impending doom. We talked about that already. He got fucked by apple cider. Jordan Peterson actually believes the Bible story about Adam and Eve, the snake and apple, confirms the recent scientific hypothesis about human evolves to have high eyesight, and then repeats the false claim. Jordan Peterson versus Jordan Peterson. Don't care about that. This was really funny. This was a funny one.
Who is your favorite author?
Dostoevsky.
Who's your favorite female author?
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so hard to find.
We got him.
She hit him with the name a woman. You know what's funny? That person, that British person, the BBC person, probably, I might be wrong, but isn't that person a TERF? So they probably agree now. Like there's very, they're a BBC broadcaster. There's very high likelihood that that person is straight up a fucking TERF. So now they're probably aligned. You know what I mean? What is this one? Who would be my favorite admirable woman?
Do I have a favorite feminist? I don't think of things that way. I'm not a favorite of ideologues. Do I have a favorite admirable woman?
My wife and my mother.
Who would be my favorite admirable woman?
Bro, just say any woman. Holy fuck, dude. That's crazy. I mean, it's pretty easy. Like, at least if you're a leftist, you can always hit the Rosa Luxemburg. You know what I mean? But even for like a dickhead like this, just say like Margaret Thatcher or something. I don't know. Fucking how?
Sorry, I often have a difficult
Rand.
time bringing names to mind. The woman who established nursing as a profession in Britain.
Florence Nightingale.
Yes. Florence Nightingale. It's like good for Florence.
She thought at one point, I think men were unsuited to nursing because she had gender stereotypes. Shouldn't we be telling her off?
Well,
that's also such a funny take. We should be telling Florence Nightingale off is like my favorite. My favorite kind of attitude is saying we should be telling like shouldn't we be telling MLK off?
Admirable woman.
Cancel Florence Nightingale.
Difficult time bringing names to mind. The woman who established nursing as a profession in Britain.
Florence Nightingale.
Yes.
Shouldn't we be telling her off?
Well, some men are unsuited to nursing and some aren't. So.
Oh, this was pretty funny. He said he would assault someone for free speech. Here's a tweet of Jordan Peterson saying he would happily assault Pankaj for having written a critical piece which, about him. Jordan Peterson believes Frozen the Child movie is cultural Marxist propaganda. Hey, remember, boys. Remember, Jordan Peterson does not believe in cultural Bolshevism's like modernized version cultural Marxism, right?
In one of your lectures, you said the film Frozen was garbage. I don't think I said garbage. Think I said reprehensible propaganda, which I believe it was. Can you elaborate on your thoughts on the film? I can't because I haven't seen it recently enough to. The only thing I can say is that I left the film with the strong sense that it was produced for ideological reasons, and it was produced as a sort of anti-Sleeping Beauty, and I felt that was entirely inappropriate because it wasn't a genuine artistic attempt. It was an ideological statement.
It was just woke propaganda. Here's Jordan Peterson claims to have undeniable evidence of the existence of God. People stop smoking. Yes, really? Baffled by the fact that under capitalism, the working class is forced to sell its labor to survive. It's a miracle, a miracle.
I knew this guy. He'd been in a motorcycle accident and it really ruined him. And he was like a linesman, you know, working on the power. And he was working with someone who had Parkinson's disease. And they had complementary inadequacies. And so two of them could do the job of one person. And so they're out there fixing power lines in the freezing cold, despite the fact that one was 3/4 wrecked with a motorcycle accident and the other one.
Bro. He's talking about a society that does not adequately take care of its people, of its disabled workers, while simultaneously loving how awesome it is that these people who are like fucked up have to still work. They are so fucked up that it is hard for them to complete the work of one person, and yet they are still out in the fucking freezing cold. By the way, this is a classic that happened type story where it's not true. Like, it's just like, that's definitely a fucking fake ass story. But the fake story he chose to fucking tell is still one that is like horrifying. A normal human being with like a shred of empathy would hear this and go, this is psychotic. Those people should be pursuing other things that are not physical. Okay? They should be able to have fulfillment elsewhere. Society or a functioning, competent government should take care of those people. Okay? I'm disabled. Who trying to compliment my inadequacy? Capitalism is poggers because people with late-stage Parkinson's disease still have to do hard labor to survive in the cold.
One had Parkinson's. It's like, that's how our civilization works. It's like, there's all these ruined people out there. They've got problems like you can't believe. Off they go to work and do things they don't even like. And look, the lights are on.
I mean, this is yet another instance, like, we're watching those fucking, like, get-rich-quick scammers describe how a fundamentally broken system works, but they say it with, like a positive association. So you are left to believe that this is a positive thing, but because it's actually true, the thing that they're saying, if you have a shred of empathy, you hear that and you go, that's fucking psychotic. Okay? That's not good. That's bad. You described wage slavery and how people who are like fucking forced to do hard labor to keep your shitty fucking lights on when they themselves are in no position to be doing hard labor, but they are forced to do so. That's not a beautiful thing, dude.
My God, it's unbelievable. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
Yeah, what a miracle that is, dude. Oh, shit, hold on. I do want to watch this, though. This is apparently exactly in the same light as that one.
Why don't you just try to work as hard as you can at your damn job for like 6 weeks, right? All flat out. You know, if you work 10% longer hours, you make 40% more money.
False. Straight up false. Absolutely made up. He did not get that statistic from anything, okay? That is a completely made up false statistic. The only thing that is real in this situation is the top of the hour ad break, okay? If you get a subscription for $5 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime, you 100%, you have a chance to 100% avoid the top of the hour ad break, okay? Obviously, you have a 25% chance of avoiding the ad break if you get like a gifted sub. That's right. I made up that statistic. That's not a real one, but hey, who can play that game as well. But at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. If you don't, get gifted a sub like from one of Cult of Pizza. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Jordan Peterson gets emotional. It will give you goosebumps. Listen carefully. Thank you, Sills Design, for the 5 get the subs as well.
That's something worth thinking about. You know, you've got a job. Maybe you show up 15 minutes early and you leave 15 minutes late.
Why? There is absolutely zero reason. What is hilarious to me, okay, I'll just say this. A lazy worker is a smarter worker than one who works hard unconditionally. Okay? Because if you are doing wage labor for someone else, and this is going to be very frustrating for people because your entire life people have told you have to work hard. You have to work harder than everybody else, and like you'll be gifted, you'll be celebrated. Like people will fucking give you, people will venerate you. They'll accomplish, they'll love how much you've accomplished. Blah blah blah. This obviously does not extend to people who are working for themselves, okay, or working on themselves rather. But I'll tell you this much: a lazy worker is technically smarter than a harder worker. Because the reality is that you as a worker want to work the least amount of time for the most amount of pay. It's normal. And your boss wants you to work the most amount of time for the least amount of pay. Okay? This is the antagonism and the conflict of interest built into the heart of capitalism, this system. Okay? So anyone who tells you like when you're working, you got to work super fucking hard, you got to fucking do everything you can and you'll get paid more, that's bullshit. No, you won't. And you will certainly never get paid exactly the amount of value that you bring with your labor. That will never happen. Why? Because of what is known as profits. A company cannot have profits if they pay their workers the fair due. If they actually pay their workers exactly how much money their workers are generating, then there's no profits. Okay? Profits are surplus labor value extracted from the workers. That's just it. Simple as. Simple as. All right? Simple as, prof. What about the capital that the capitalist risk, though? I don't give a fuck about the capital that the capitalist risk. There are already protective mechanisms there. And the thing that capitalists are fucking risking, ultimately, is to become a worker once again. And man, they will literally, they treat that like it's death. Why? Because they know how they treat the workers. That's why. It's not like when you lose your capital, you get fucking killed. It's not like when you lose your capital, you fucking go to jail. When you lose your capital, you risk becoming a worker once again. And because you, the capital owner, absolutely destroy all of your fucking workers and exploit them and take their surplus labor value, you do not ever want to get back to that position. Every capital owner that owns a small business, that owns a big business, knows this reality. That the biggest fear that they have in their heart of hearts is to one day become a worker again to a boss like themselves. That's it. Perception of working hard is more important than actually working hard. Learned this a couple of years ago and I've gotten promoted more but work less. Yeah. So the irony is that the people that are working less at the fucking at the racism factory are technically working smarter.
You know, and you actually
Comes from a guy who's never had a job. That's right, baby.
work and your boss notices, because he would probably notice, and then maybe someone's going to get promoted and maybe it'll be you because something's going to tilt the scales, and that little extra bit of work done without cynicism and resentment might be enough.
Well, he said he started at 21 bucks an hour, and in 6 weeks he was making $37 an hour. And it's not a king's ransom, man, but it's a hell of a lot more than zero, and it's quite a lot more than 21. He said his life had turned around substantially because he learned if he put some damn effort into it. And I'm not trying.
Oh, the personal anecdotes of a singular individual that was rewarded for working harder by a boss that noticed is actually what we should pay attention to in this circumstance, despite it going against their best interest to do so.
To be Joe Optimist here. Like, I know that people hit runs of bad luck and that things can take you out of life, right? Unfortunate illnesses and betrayal, and like there's no shortage of randomness and horror that can wipe you out even if you're doing your best. But you don't have a better bloody plan than to do your best, and it tends to work a lot better than you think. And what's so interesting about the hierarchies that people set up is that that's how they're set up. They're not set up on power. They're set up on reciprocity.
Hierarchies are not set up on power? Then how are hierarchies defended? Without power, a hierarchy is just someone being like, I'm cooler than you. That's it. Hierarchies are nothing without power. What a fucking delusional, idiotic, moronic fucking take, dude. What's he saying? This is my problem, Jordan. You asked for specific reasons. I provided them. Instead of acknowledging my response, you retract further into your bubble of flatterers and devotees. Talking of how you schooled me on cancel culture. You didn't school me, Jordan. Your room is as messy as your mind. God damn, dude. My man is fucking popping off, dude. This gets so much worse. This gets so much worse. In my industry, if you can't cut it on the labor side, you get moved to a desk for more pay. If wealth was the inevitable result of hard work and enterprise, every woman in Africa will be a millionaire. Not just, or like literally everyone fucking born in an Indian slum would currently be the richest person on the planet. Clearly, meritocracy is a lie, and probability is a significantly larger factor in how successful you are going to become than anything else. You sure like the word psychotic monka? Yes, I am a profoundly ableist individual. I don't know if you knew this or not. How people think babies cry, how babies actually cry. Isn't your zip code literally the #1 predictor for future success? Yup. Anyway, literally I'm a software engineer, and the people in my company's squads who are higher up the ladder make exponentially more money than me to write exponentially less code with every step up the ladder you go. Yes, that's why it's a laughable notion that like a company cannot operate without a CEO. No, the company can actually never operate without a worker. The company absolutely can operate without a CEO though. That is the hilarious part about it, is that like, sure, is there some level of organization necessary, like a managerial position? Absolutely. Are there more democratic ways of choosing who that fucking manager is supposed to be? Also, absolutely. But there is no way a company can work without the laborer, without the wage laborer. That's it. There is no value without labor. That's it. That's the truth. None. You can try to justify paying people less by saying labor is replaceable. Labor is replaceable. It's not important. But ultimately, you're still replacing laborers with other laborers, okay? And it's deeply cruel and inhumane to justify paying less than living wages, okay, to human beings because other people could take that job in their stead.
Reciprocity and skill and trust. Not always. You know, and if you're in a job where you work hard and you're a good guy and you're doing your best and your boss is a bloody tyrant and you never get a break, it's like, okay, fine. You're in a Foucault world. Get the hell out of it.
You're
You
in
know,
a Foucault world.
Get your resume set up, write your CV.
Wait. He said Foucault. He didn't say fucko. I think he was talking about Foucault, right? Like the French philosopher. But the guy thought he was saying fucko. I don't even know how like Foucault works in the situation. Like, is he saying it's like a prison? Like, I don't really know what he means by like you're living in a fucking Foucault world.
Fill in the educational gaps that you have. Send out your 25 resumes a day and prepare to make a lateral move because you're in a bad place. But almost everywhere, and this has certainly been the case virtually everywhere I've worked, and I've had like 50 jobs.
What is the part where we get goosebumps? Because I can't. Like, I'm listening very carefully, and I've yet to have a single goosebump.
You know, if you go above and beyond the call of duty in an awake and intelligent way, interpersonally, socially, with regards to the diligence of your work, with regards to the truth of your attitude and your courage and all of that, that will work. And you know, if you try it for a year and it doesn't work, then go.
Is Ethan getting JP to come on Leftovers, and would you mind it? Dude, I would love that. Why are people so surprised by this? I would love to talk to I would love to talk to JBP. 3-4 years ago, I never would have thought that I would have the opportunity. Right now, I legitimately do have the opportunity. I'm very excited for it.
Go somewhere else because you can, right? You're free. I mean, it's not easy.
Oh, wow.
You know,
Ultimately, by the way, his argument is still reduced to, oh, are you in a dead-end fucking job? Just go get a job somewhere else, sweaty. Like, it's that fucking simple, dude. This is the incredibly frustrating fucking reality that, like, ultimately, when you arrive at any sort of prescriptive solution, your argument devolves into, oh, are you homeless? Just buy a home. Do you not like your job? Just get a job somewhere else that pays more. Just slide on the Indeed slider to $75,000 a month, bucko. Or $75,000 a year. Sorry, I said a month. But maybe you should slide it to that.
your attitude and your courage and all of that, that will work. And you know, if you try it for a year and it doesn't work, then go somewhere else because you can, right? You're free. I mean, it's not easy. You can't just walk out the door and instantly find another job, but you're not enslaved.
You quite literally are enslaved in a capitalist society to make these sorts of fucking decisions. Why? Because healthcare is not free. Healthcare is not universal. This is one of many different ways that a capitalist, hyper-capitalist society like the United States of America will trap you into a lifetime of destitute wage slavery. How do they do that? In order to become a more productive laborer, okay? In order to become a more productive worker, you go to college and you learn skills, okay? Technically, you're supposed to be. Or you go to a trade school and you learn skills. Regardless, you're learning something, right? And then in that process, maybe you're fortunate enough to be able to get a job. But before you get to that point, now you've taken on debt, okay? You have now taken on a profound amount of debt to better yourself, to have more skills, to become a more productive laborer. In comparison to other countries, the amount of debt you've taken is profound. It is sizable. It is vast. Now you have to pay off that debt. So now you're in the debt trap, okay? How do you pay off that debt? Well, you have to actually get a job. What if you don't have any good jobs? Because all the good jobs are taken by those who were recipients of intergenerational wealth and legacy admissions into these institutes of higher learning that are, you know, way better at networking. All the good jobs are taken. So what do? You take a job wherever you can. Now, that job is not paying you well, but you think, hey, this is short term. I can do whatever. Like, I will eventually get a good job, but like, I have to start paying this fucking debt. So now you took a job that is not even helpful. Okay, now you took a job that is not even applicable to the technical skills that you learned or the skills that you learned or whatever your specialty was, right? So now you are paying you're paying the debt that you were saddled with because you wanted to become a more productive worker by taking on a job that is not paying you adequate wages, okay? Now you have to do that, except just switch your job, right? If you're lucky enough, that job also offers you benefits in the form of healthcare. Now you are completely trapped. Make a decision. Move away from that job. Move away into move away into a different sector where your applicable skill sets are worthwhile. How will you do that? What are you going to do? Go for potentially months without pay? Go for potentially months without health care? What happens if you get into a car accident? What happens if you get sick? Now you are saddled with even more debt. Now you are even in a worse condition than you were beforehand. Now you definitely have to take that fucking job that you did not want to take. This is the reality for the overwhelming majority of the working class in this day and age. This is the new generation. Okay? And this is by design. Other countries do not saddle you with debt just for the sake of becoming a more productive worker. Other countries also do not trap you into whatever job that you had to take, that you were forced to take to survive and to pay off that debt with the marriage of healthcare and the job that you have. Now you're fucked. And it's completely outside of your power. Okay? And not only that, but for the average worker, that budget shortfall is built into your existence. And that is by design, because as Jordan Peterson also correctly pointed out, when talking about the guy who had Parkinson's and the other guy who was absolutely bloody wrecked by a motorcycle incident, okay? Someone has to keep the lights on. Someone has to clean the toilets. Now, there are two different methods of doing this: by positive reinforcement, by making you understand that you are valuable, that you have a stake in ownership in the business itself. And that's precisely why you understand it's like, you know, owning your own house or whatever, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to clean my fucking living space because I want to live in a cleanly living space. Or by putting the fear of God into you, that if you don't actually go and take on that job when you fucking clean the toilets, or take on that job where you are, you know, working on a power line despite the fact that you are, severely disabled, and it's actually gruesome work, backbreaking labor that you normally should not be engaging in. Because otherwise, you will never put food on the table, you will never pay that debt, and your life will get shittier and shittier and shittier year after year. That is the unfortunate reality of capitalism for the overwhelming majority of the working class. Okay? It's just by design. This is the way that this system is designed. So whenever I hear people talk about, like, just change your job, fucko, that is the rantings of an incredibly privileged individual who has never had to face that struggle, that scary reality that, like, what if this doesn't work out for me?
You could make a move. You could even decide that you're going to make a move and double your salary. You know, it's not a bad goal, and it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, you could.
It's like, it is.
You also could go back to square one, where you don't have a job, and now you don't have health care either. And now you are renting, so you have to pay rent. How are you going to pay that?
It isn't hierarchy. It's ethics that determines success in a functional society. It's
also bullshit. All of the top wealthiest individuals are not known for their ethics or their code of conduct. It's about how predatory they are willing to be. It is quite the opposite. If you are to ascribe a moral value to capitalism, which is simply just the organization of the economy, but most people do ascribe a moral value to it, they think it's bad. The people at the tippy top are those who are willing to be predatory. I could be a fuckload more predatory in the way that I operate. For example, now that I am someone who has actually made money, I see it every fucking day. I see it in every decision that I make. A decision to work with union-made domestic manufacturers means that your profit margin is going to be slim. Okay? It's simple. And many people decide to not do that because they're like, why the fuck would I? Of course I'm going to work with a drop shipping company in China. Okay? Of course. Why the fuck not? Of course I'm going to cut corners everywhere I can. Why the fuck not? I personally think that that's unethical. And if you were to ask people individually how they feel about it, they would also think that that's unethical. But people don't want to do that. People don't want to make these ethical decisions. Time to lift the L's of embargo. My karma farmers are down 28% in net karma and are losing Reddit Cloud and various discords. Please come to the negotiation table and discuss this. You'll see there's valid points on both sides. Please be less hypocritical and spread the karma wealth.
Ethics that determines success, not power. The rest of it's a bloody lie. And that doesn't mean that all our systems are perfectly ethical. You know, you got to be awake. If you're in a system, there's going to be some corruption in it. Part of what you're supposed to do is keep your damn eyes open for the corruption and your mouth speaking truth. So when the corruption starts to take root, you object to it so the whole damn system doesn't turn into a pathological.
Yeah, except when people do actually recognize that and do choose to speak out against that corruption in our unjustifiable system that is built upon unjustifiable hierarchies, then you say, clean your room and fix your own fucking bed, bucko, before you start casting stones from your glass house. This notion that Jordan Peterson is actually pro sticking it to the fucking man and fighting back against the systems is just false.
Power play. And that's part of your ethical responsibility as a conscious being, an ethical being, a religious being for that matter, and a citizen. You know? And you're charged with that. That's why you vote. That's why you're the cornerstone of your state, man. You're the what would you call? You're the wellspring of the ethical actions that replenish the dying world. That's what you are.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
And if you act, that's what you are. And if you act that out properly, then things work. And that's why that's always been described as ethical behavior. It's not because you're supposed to be good, you know, and being good isn't that easy anyways. And it certainly doesn't mean being nice and harmless. It's not an easy thing to be good. You have to be tough as a damn boot to be good, because you have to stand your ground when you need to stand your ground. And you have to be able to say no when it's time to say no. And you have to mean it. And so then you have to think and plan strategically so that when you're going to say no, you can mean it and it will stick. You know, and that takes a certain amount of integrated malevolence, I would say. And once it's integrated, it's not malevolence, it's strength. It's strength of character. It's the ability to stand your ground. And you have to cultivate that. And you cultivate that at least in part by telling the truth. And so you take your place in the world as a decent person and as a decent citizen, and you play the hierarchical game properly. And that is to stand up straight with your shoulders back. It's like the world's an onslaught. You've got the tyranny of culture to deal with. You've got the catastrophe of nature. You've got your own damn malevolence and ignorance, right? All coming at you. Plus the incredible, complicated, indeterminate potential of the future. That's all coming at you, and it's all your responsibility. And you can cringe away from it and be afraid of it and be victimized by it and be bitter and cynical about it. And no wonder, because it can be painful.
Oh, he's now turning around and saying, like, after he said unethical systems certainly exist, and what you are supposed to do is combat that with ethics. Okay. But now he's saying, you know, but combating that is also you crying like a bitch.
Or you can turn around and you can say, man, bring it on, because there's more to me than there is to the catastrophe. And this is what I discovered from looking at...
It is the hyper-individualism that gets people, yes. And of course, hyper-individualistic attitudes are ones that are consistently reinforced in a hyper-capitalist society. It is the easiest way to dupe dumbasses into thinking that, like, they have the power as an individual. Do not get together. Do not engage in collective action. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. It's actually hyper-individualism that helps you. No, hyper-individualistic attitudes amongst the working class only helps those who own capital, okay? Because united, you bargain through collective bargaining. But divided, you beg. That's it.
What I looked at the darkest things I could look at, really, for 30 years. I was really a lot of fun to be around, I can tell you. I looked at the darkest things that I could think of, right? Not only what happened in Auschwitz and what happened in the Gulag, but personal issues. You know, it's like I wasn't so much interested in the totalitarians as a group. I was interested in the people who undertook the terrible acts that the totalitarians required. You know, the people who, I was just rereading Ordinary Men, and it was a story about a police battalion in Poland that trained ordinary policemen to take naked pregnant women out into the fields and shoot them in the back of the head. It takes a lot of training, by the way,
What is this?
before you can bring yourself to do that.
What is
and
this
you aren't
stock
the same
footage, bro?
person by the end of it. It's pretty goddamn horrific. You know, and I was trying to figure out what would it be like to be that person. Because we are that person.
Is this like a smiling casual Nazi? What the fuck?
And then what would it be like to not be that person, right? To refuse to do that, to not participate in that. You know, and what I discovered by making that totalitarian proclivity personal was that there's more to us than there is to the horror. Nature is bent on our destruction. Bad as culture is, tyrannical and bloody back as far as you can look, as malevolent as you are in the darkest part of your heart, and that's plenty malevolent. The possibility that's within you that can well up, the courage and the truth and the ability and the skill and
Oh God, this is why it's like, oh God, he just sucks so much. He is so fucking boring, dude. I'm sorry, okay? But this shit is so incredibly whack. He's just rambling on. And you really have to just think he's profound to be like, this word salad actually makes sense and is incredible, and it changed my mind. It's giving me goosebumps.
and the willingness to set things right, if you are willing to set them right, is more powerful than all of that. And so it's so interesting. It was proof for me of an old saying I read from Carl Jung. It's an alchemical motif in Stir Qualinus Inventur, which is what you most want to be found will be found where you least want to look.
Is this Lauren Southern crying because there's kebab shops in the UK? Lauren Southern, when she found out race mixing is legal.
Essentially. And it's so interesting because it means that if you're willing to turn around and to stand up, stand up straight and face the darkness like fully, what you discover at the darkest part is the brightest.
Oh my God, he's crying now. Okay, dude, I'm toxic. Straight up toxic masculinity. Bro, if you whip yourself up into a frenzy in your own bullshit word salad about like, you know, it's only brightest, it's darkest before dawn, yada yada yada, you're a fucking huge weirdo and you should be made fun of, okay? I'm sorry.
Light. And that's something that's so much worth discovering, because there's going to be terrible darkness in your life. And it's going to make you cynical and bitter. And it could easily be that you're just not looking at it enough. Because if you looked at it enough and you didn't shy away and you brought everything you had to bear on it, you'd find that there was more to you than there was to the horror.
Bro, this is literally him talking about how he overcame apple cider killing him. It's like, you would think he's talking about like how he, I don't know, personally fucking liberated people from a concentration camp. But instead, he's just talking about him sipping on apple cider and almost dying. Okay? Like, what kind of profound, like, ethical decisions has Jordan Peterson had to make in his lifetime when faced with, like, incredibly unethical hierarchies that he's had to defeat by individually getting, fucking, I don't know, figuring out a way to overcome oppression.
Drop what you're doing that's foolish, that you know is foolish, and pick an aim that's worthwhile, you know, to make things better for yourself, like you're worth taking care of, like you're worth something, you know, and to surround yourself with people who believe the same and who are rejoicing in your accomplishments and unhappy when you fail, right? And you're comparing yourself to your accomplishments.
Jordan Peterson when asked not to misgender a student.
Of yesterday and not to someone else's today, so that you're not jealous and bitter, and you put your own house in order so that you're not cursed.
This is Jordan Peterson when someone told him that, like, you know, women have access to birth control and therefore can, you know, make decisions over their own bodies more effectively.
The world when some of its disarray might be your fault, and you're trying to pursue something meaningful, and you're doing your best to tell the truth and all of that, and then you see what happens. Who the hell are you? You know, you think you're a miracle of some bloody bizarre.
What is your criticism for all the people he inspired to get out of a suicide type mindset? I have epilepsy and he helped me out with that mindset 100%, whether you believe it or not. I'm happy for you, considering that you have also found yourself in this community. Clearly, you know, I would assume pre-watch KWJP would destroy you. What? JP, Jordan Peterson shredded him all the way since 2020. This is why Michael Jordan is a shitty human. In October 2020, Purdue farmer pled guilty. Oh God. Okay, maybe it didn't take. I love when people are like, I read Jordan Peterson and it took me off the verge of suicide, and it's like, you know, that's just yet another fucking example that society has completely failed, right? Like, you were driven to the point of suicidal ideation and you did not have the faculties and the institutions and the support system to help you out. So you actually fucking, you were helped out by, you know, right-wing Kermit the Frog, basically telling you the exact same pop psychology bullshit that has been written in perpetuity 1,000,000 times over. And now, because no one else has ever fucking helped you out in your entire life, okay? Okay, because no one else in the adequate, in a normal civilized society, in the adequate, the adequate organizations have not done anything, okay, to help you. Now you think this fucking dumbass is your savior. You saved yourself, okay? And you have a lot more, looking at your chat history, you have a lot more saving to do. But you can. You can get better. You've been duped by Jordan Peterson, though, my friend, unfortunately. We are going to watch MasterChef after this, yes. JP helped me get out of the depression mindset too. I own his book and everything. I still find all criticism toward him very valid. I'm not interested in following him any longer. Yes, the reality is that Jordan Peterson's pop psychology garbo, which is not unique to Jordan Peterson, is tried and true strategies to better your life and improve yourself. I do not have a problem, and I personally also regularly, routinely advocate to set short-term goals for yourself that will then ultimately achieve long-term goals that you set for yourself. And that is a good thing that, you know, small successes throughout your day will genuinely improve your mindset. You know, you can kickstart your day by making your bed. That is true. But that does not change the reality that Jordan Peterson also is trying to subtly red pill you into seeing the world through his eyes. Okay? And it's not an accident that a lot of people that get caught up in that, okay, get caught up in that because they like have actually used his pop psychology, you know, understandable cliche talking points that you could have read anywhere else, then find themselves believing that society is at fault for their personal failures, which is hilarious. It's actually women not wanting to fuck you that is the problem, right? If we only lived in a more traditionalist society, then women would be forced to, you know, take your hand in marriage. He's literally seeking out vulnerable people in their worst moments and giving them an antidote not to kill themselves. But that antidote also comes along with, you know, by the way, that's not a 100% situation, but that antidote also comes along with a fuckload of red-pilled nonsense. And Jordan, regarding cancel culture, the only thing that has ever guided me is my own moral compass. Everything else is just noise. The mob is free to cancel me as it will. And they have plenty of times. And actually canceling it, as you call it, sometimes a good experience, as painful as it is. The times when I receive the most flack on things I've said are the times when I've learned the most about myself and the world and how to be more mindful and caring of others. It's not always a call for defensiveness and shrinking. There is always growth to be had. I will speak to people I trust that challenge me. You, on the other hand, surround yourself with yes men. Growth is human. Yeah. But the people that need to hear this, the people that need to fucking hear this desperately, okay, are the very same people that routinely refuse to hear it and will just keep posting like old clips of Ethan and be like, you fucking suck, shut up. And then there's guys like this. I think it'd be very productive to have a conversation with H3H3 Productions and myself on our show Leftovers. You can clarify your stances at Jordan Peterson. This guy goes, Hasan can't talk with someone with a decent understanding of politics by himself. Lol. Like, if Jordan Peterson, according to this globe emoji guy, what, Jordan Peterson is not a person with a decent politics understanding? Like, what the fuck? At that point, it's like the only person that person wants me to talk to is his favorite Twitch streamer. That's it. No one else. Just his favorite irrelevant Twitch streamer. Okay? And it's also fucking hilarious. Like, yeah, dude, it's not like I need Ethan to be there to talk to Jordan Peterson. It's just that Jordan Peterson will never talk to me one-on-one. Without Ethan being there. And he might not even talk to Ethan either because I'm there. Pretty sure he's insinuating you couldn't take JPB on without a helper. I would love for the opportunity to talk to Jordan Peterson without anyone. You know, irrelevant Twitch streamer dunks on unverified Twitter user. Hey, the 37,000 people, including yourself, Mac Lover, certainly is relevant enough that you're choosing to spend your time here instead of doing anything else that you could literally be doing right now. What is this? Why wouldn't he talk to you one-on-one? Wow, real original. Inside Hasan's $3 million house featuring cutie Cinderella. I mean, that's literally the wallpaper that we were looking at on stream. Stunlock's making it seem like he fucking... Okay, he did get me there. Fair. Yo, there are a bunch of red pill Andys trying to push to come on and own you. I really hope it somehow happens. What, like... Anyway, Austin's a perfect comedian. Not everything he says is true, but sure, just still funny. I think it popped off. A lot of people said it looked really good. But of course, people are still going to say it didn't pop off. And there's still more to put behind. Okay? I can't read. I can't watch the rest of this. Jordan Peterson owned me. Okay, now we can talk about the tsunami. Look at this shit. The world farted earlier today, folks, near Tonga. Okay? And apparently the explosion was so fucking insane. Tonga's Tonga Volcano just had one of the most violent volcano eruptions ever captured on a satellite. Okay? And now, that explosion was so fucking impactful. Here, let's take a look at it.
Breaking news.
There's video. Hold on. Before we look at that, though, before CNN's coverage of it, I'll just show you this explosion, okay? Look at this shit, boys. Where the fuck? Man, Ian fucking posts so much. Jesus Christ, it is hard to find an older tweet of his. Oh, here it is. Look at this.
Oh, fuck! Holy shit! Fuck! Alu! Alu!
Yup. That shit is crazy, bro.
Advisories now in effect for the entire U.S. West Coast and
True.
Alaska. This comes after an underwater volcanic eruption overnight in the South Pacific. Look at this video. Incredible satellite images showing a massive ash cloud and shock waves. The eruption happened near the island nation of Tonga. A tsunami, as you can see in this video, has already hit the largest island there, sending waves flooding into the capital, inundating the coastline. CNN's Allison Chinchar joins
By the way, this happened in Washington already.
us now live from the CNN Weather Center. And Allison, for viewers that are living or near the area,
You could hear the blast 1,300 miles away. Put this in the perspective of the strength of the volcanic explosion in Tonga for my American friends. It was heard in Wellington, New Zealand, some 1,300 miles away. That would be like in Florida and hearing an explosion in North Dakota. Look at the shock waves in the satellite images, dude. It's fucking kind of dope, but also
of
terrifying.
This advisory, what should they expect? Is there a chance this could become a tsunami warning?
I don't think it's going to become a tsunami warning because we've looked at what it's done in other countries and even other states, Hawaii, for example. So we kind of have an idea of what to expect with this particular system as the waves kind of make their way across the ocean. Again, here's what we're looking at. The tsunami threat. All these areas you see in yellow are under that tsunami advisory. It's about 14 million people. Now, we're expecting about 1 to 2 feet of that increase of waves from the tsunami, the timing between 7:30 a.m. Pacific time and 10 a.m. Pacific time. And it's a wide variety because that's a pretty big, wide advisory when you talk about how many states are involved here. So it ranges anywhere from Homer, Alaska to expecting about 9:05 a.m. Alaska time, Monterey about 7:35 a.m. Pacific time. In fact, right now we've already started to
Here it is. Tsunami from Tonga Volcano Eruption starting to cause minor flooding in Santa Cruz, California. Just remember, chat, like, you joke about this and you say it's fucking, 2 feet tsunami, Omega Law, dog. That happened because of a fart thousands of miles away. Okay? Just understand how insane that is. Like, that's just, this is, that's a fart thousands of miles away, and it increased the water levels to a degree where there's like water damage and flooding occurring thousands of fucking miles away, dude. And for the record, 2 to 3 feet, Omega Law, What do you think climate change, the most damaging impact is going to be in the fucking short term? 2 to 3 feet of water makes all of these areas unlivable. You know that, right? Like, that's the whole point. All of those houses now, if that was permanent, would no longer be. I mean, that's Florida, okay? 2 to 3. Put Florida. Put 2 to 3 feet of water in Florida and see what the fuck happens, okay? These Taco Bell wings ain't shit. Oh, God damn it, dude. Anyway, let's continue.
See the very first wave begin to push into Monterey. Then we'll start in about 20 minutes or so, or up to around 7:50, excuse me, a.m. at Los Angeles, 8:10 around San Francisco. Those that are in Pacific times. Again, Hawaii also has a tsunami advisory out, but they've already seen some observed waves come through, not just one, but multiple of the islands. Most of them ranging between the 1 to 3 foot range. That's very similar to what we are.
Dude, I wish I could see what the heart of that explosion looked like how tall the fucking waves were. You know what I mean? Can you imagine? It's like larger than anything you can comprehend. Just a fucking seawall right in front of you, higher than fucking multiple empire, multiple fucking World Trade Centers. Like one that you can see from one that you can quite literally see from a satellite. Like, think about that. Like, you can see that explosion like that from this level. You cannot see fucking buildings. You can't see you can't see the Empire State Building. You can't. That's how major that shit is. It must have been so huge, dude. Look at that. It's crazy. Stunning. Stunning explosion.
We're expecting along the west coast of the U.S., California, Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. I get it. 1 foot may not seem like it's that high, but it is enough if you were standing on the shoreline to wash you off, to wipe you off your feet and knock you down. Do not go surfing. Don't go stand at the shoreline and take selfies. It's just simply too dangerous. Now, what?
It's the size of Germany. The blast radius was the size nearly, here it is compared to the size of the country of Germany. Wow. Crazy, dude.
1 to 3 feet, while it is on the low end, it still can push a lot of water right there along the shoreline. This is the video that we've been showing from NOAA. Again, the satellite imagery. There you see the eruption itself. But around the edges here, what you can actually see are the shock waves that were created from the eruption itself. Here's a slower image of it. Again, there's the eruption. And then notice on the outer side, a lot of those shock waves reverberating out from it. This is actually from the lightning setup on that particular satellite there. Again, it just kind of gives reverberating out from it. This is actually from the lightning setup on that particular satellite there. Again, it just kind of gives you the slower motion to show you what it's been doing there. Again, impacts from this particular one. This happened on the 15th of December at 5:27 local time, about 11 p.m. Eastern time. They had some pretty significant tsunami waves in Tonga itself, but again, those waves tend to get a little bit smaller the farther out it goes through the Pacific Ocean, which is why, Boris, for states like California, Oregon, Washington, and even Alaska, we're only expecting about 1 to 2 feet for those states.
And even if the threat is minimal, still a good idea, as you said, for people to be careful if they're near the coast. Allison Chinchard, thank you so much. Of course, we will be checking in with you again later this hour on that major winter storm that's hitting much of the United States this weekend. So thank you for that, Allison. I now want to bring in Robin Andrews.
This is fake, right? No shot. This is real. No, this isn't real. This is like an old video. No shot. This is like a much smaller. This has to be like a much smaller explosion from an older video. Helicopter at Orange Beach telling people to stay away. Bro, we gotta fucking hit the waves, dog. Like, fucking gnarly, dude. These fucking waves are freaking gnarly, brother. I need to fucking hit that shit. I'm feeling fucking pitted, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is a movie, by the way. This is like literally a dystopian fucking movie that we live in currently. Dude, we really did forget about Yellowstone. Not me, but chat did. Chat forgot about Yellowstone, dude. We forgore. Yeah, time to remember, dude. What? The violent eruption of a few hours ago from the Tonga Ha'apai volcano captured by satellites goes west in Himawari 8. Oh, you can't see shit, dude. Like, the fact that they were able to capture this, oh my god, I want to see it. I don't even know what the distance would have to be for someone to be able to capture the size of that. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck would you capture that? Like, you would have to be like over there, you know what I mean? If you're able to capture it, you're close enough to die. Just fucking have a drone on it at all times, you know what I mean? So we can fucking figure it out. I even have come across active streamers that didn't even know what Yellowstone is. I would just like to point out that the volcano is overdue to explode and is right here in the continental US. Also way fucking bigger.
This video was made possible.
Bro, we just said we forgot about Yellowstone, and this motherfucker's like, time to worry about Yellowstone. Okay, let's finish this and then we'll do Yellowstone.
He's a science journalist, a volcanologist. He's also the author of the book Supervolcanoes, What They Reveal About the Earth and the Worlds Beyond. Robin, we appreciate you sharing your expertise with us this morning. Those satellite images are really stunning. Explain to our viewers what's happening in these images and how these volcanic eruptions can lead to multiple tsunami warnings and advisories.
Yeah, so the first thing to point out is
Dude, I can't believe I just made fun of the mountain time zone so aggressively, and now look where we're at. I hate this. I literally started the day ripping into the mountain time zone Andes, talking about their fucking bullshit fake time zone that nobody cares about, that 4 people live in. And right now, the mountain time zone Andes are like, oh yeah? Guess what, dude? Hey, have fun swimming underwater in your fucking $7 gazillion mansion, dumbass. I'm going to be up in the fucking mountain, bitch. Can't wait to have, you know, my waterside resort.
is that this part of the world, it's like no surprise that there is volcanic activity happening. I mean, I think a couple of years ago, an island was destroyed by an eruption, and then it kind of built a new island out of that eruption. So you get to see this kind of destructive and creative process happening at the same time. And as you can see with these like rather jaw-dropping satellite images, is that sometimes when you have eruptions mingling with water in this way, you can get quite explosive events. And this kind of boom that everyone's seeing on the satellite imagery, it's literally it's a very large explosive part of this eruption that's kind of pushed the atmosphere out of the way. Essentially, it's not that different to, you know.
To be fair, if Yellowstone pops off, Mountain Zone Andes are fucked, but so are all of us. So, I mean, if Yellowstone goes off, it's over. It's GG's. You know, we all die.
An enormous, you know, human-made explosive in that sense, in that you're just pushing all the air out the way. So that's kind of what you're seeing here, a rather large, like, explosive sort of pulse of this kind of ongoing eruption, which has been going on since mid-December. And as for why that kind of created a tsunami, I think scientists aren't quite sure exactly what happened here, but in order to get a tsunami, you need to displace a lot of water very quickly. So perhaps part of the volcano sort of fell off underwater and just sort of pushed seawater out the way. But people are looking into these images and they'll come up with a more concrete explanation. But yeah, it's not surprising that a violent volcanic eruption from a sort of underwater, partially underwater volcano has caused this kind of tsunami. It's just fortunate that it's not worse at the moment, although people on in the archipelago are obviously seeing it slightly more severely. So obviously thoughts are with them at the moment. Hopefully everyone's safe.
Yeah, we certainly hope so as we're watching this video of the shoreline getting inundated and the capital of Tonga getting flooded. You mentioned that this part of the world, is this the so-called ring of fire in the Pacific where volcanoes are constantly erupting, and just that this one is underwater?
Yeah, so the ring of fire is kind of, it kind of sounds like all these volcanoes are kind of connected in some way, but it's more just like someone describing the shape of the volcanoes going around the Pacific, essentially where you have two tectonic plates interacting in various ways. Like, you know, if you especially have one tectonic plate going under the other, as you have here, it sets up a sort of chemical system that's very good for developing volcanoes that often have quite explosive activity. So yeah, this part of the world is known for being very volcanically active. It's always kind of volcanically active in some way. It's just that when a volcano does something particularly violent, especially if it's near people, we tend to pay more attention to it, sort of thing. So there's always some sort of volcanism happening in this part of the world. It just happens that this eruption at the moment is, you know, a particularly energetic one.
Yeah, no question about that. A professor from the University of Auckland told the New Zealand Science Media Center that research indicates that when there is this kind of eruption episode, that it could last for weeks or months. It could potentially trigger other blasts. How do you feel about that assessment?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds, I mean, you know, that sounds perfectly reasonable to me. It's the sort of thing that is actually quite hard to pin down sometimes. I know your viewers will be probably familiar with the eruption that's happening in La Palma in the Canary Islands, and that began several months back, and it was unclear at the time, like, is this going to go on for weeks or for months? And actually one of the hardest questions in volcanology is how long will an eruption last? Because it's actually, you know, volcanologists getting much better at knowing when an eruption is probably going to start, more or less, but actually working out when it ends is really tricky because you can't really see how much magma is being supplied from like the really deep parts of the planet up to the deep parts of the crust up to the surface. So it's really hard to tell, but it's good to be cautious. And scientists generally say, you know, based on historical evidence of past eruptions, these things can go on for days, weeks, or months, sort of thing. But yeah, it's to be seen, really. It's kind of hard. It's much harder to pinpoint when an eruption is going to end relative to when it's probably going to begin.
Possible by
All right,
Skillshare.
get ready to get
the first
fucking
1,000 people who
freaked
follow the
out,
link
chat.
down in my description will get 30
Oh, but before we do that, by the way, the jaw-dropping, stunning, before we move on from the stunning Tonga volcano, absolutely decadent, incredible, we will be moving on to Yellowstone, which is an even larger, stunning volcano with a side of jellied eel. It'll be like if every single person was eating jellied eel in the United States of America, including the heroic troops as well. But of course, much like Yellowstone, the top of the hour comes for all. That is, if you are protected by the top of the hour ad break. Like if you have already subscribed for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or if you're lucky enough to get a gifted sub from someone else in the chat. This way, you will be able to avoid the ads and enjoy an ad-free broadcasting experience. Thank you, Taco Dam, and thank you, Wizardus, for the 5 gifted subs. The stunning 5 gifted subs. My Gordo is pretty good, I think. It's getting better.
30% off of an annual subscription to Skillshare Premium. Geographically, the United States has to be one of the most beautiful countries in the world.
Can
From
you
the
feel it
Grand
now, Mr.
Canyon
Krabs?
to the
Thank you.
Rocky Mountains to the beaches on 2 of the world's oceans and beyond. The list just goes on and on. There's so many beautiful parts of the United States that the country established its own National Park Service back in 1916 in an effort to help maintain and protect them. And in total, the service is now in charge of 63 of these protected areas, and when combined together, they cover an area of 85 million square kilometers, which is roughly the same size as the entire country of Germany.
Oh, this is what the other thing I was going to show. Ethan is now popping off on Michaela Peterson. Michaela Peterson says, thank goodness H3 Production is out here saving the world from dangerous people. He said, how is fleecing your father's fandom going? $100 per month for the Lion Club, teaching people to eat only meat cures all ailments. Must be nice to be posting cute selfies from your father's social media accounts while he nearly died. Straight up taking down the motherfucking Dragon of Chaos, baby. That is the real Dragon of Chaos. Everybody knows Michaela Peterson is straight up the dragon that Jordan Peterson has talked about, okay? Rolling and smoking. Ethan's popping off. Simple as. Anyway. So Jordan's not coming on after that one. Dude, I don't know why Ethan has not brought that up.
One of the most famous
like having Jordo on, because that would be tight.
These U.S. national parks is Yellowstone. It's located in the northwestern corner of the state of Wyoming with some overlap into Montana and Idaho, and it covers roughly 9,000 square kilometers of land. Yellowstone is well known for its abundance of wildlife and its many geothermal features.
That's pretty sick.
Particularly Old Faithful, a geyser that regularly blasts water 50 full meters into the air approximately every 90 minutes.
What the
Over
fuck?
4 million people visit the park to take in all of these sights every year.
I bet so many people die there, though. National parks where murder happens.
But Yellowstone is harboring a dangerous secret. It's located just atop a slowly ticking time bomb.
He literally just deleted his vids with him. Why would he want to affiliate further? I already described this, dude. I already described this. Having a non-confrontational conversation with Jordan Peterson, especially when Jordan Peterson's point of view, especially in recently, has become like balls to the wall, openly conservative, makes it seem like you are playing a role personally in the red pilling alt-right pipeline, okay? Having a conversation with Jordan Peterson that is more contentious, where you can actually offer pushback, on the other hand, is entirely different. It's the difference between platforming and discussion. Okay? I would not have deleted the videos regardless, or make them unlisted regardless. But that was Ethan's decision on his own. He's an adult. He did not want to be seen as someone who was, advocating for Jordan Peterson any further. These are videos that got millions and millions and millions of views. Okay. Hey, my girlfriend said, can we watch MasterChef? Dude, the world is going to end. We're looking at how it's going to end with Yellowstone. And you're over here talking about MasterChef. We're going to get to MasterChef in a little bit.
Bomb. The largest supervolcano, not only on the North American continent, but also anywhere on the planet right now. And it has a bit of a troubled past. You see, the Yellowstone caldera that we know today was actually formed by several titanic volcanic eruptions that took place a long, long time ago. One of them took place 2.1 million years ago, another that took place 1.3 million years ago, and the most recent taking place approximately 664,000 years ago. Long before Homo sapiens had ever arisen over in Africa.
Not me, bro. I'm Bill Dibber. I was there.
Of those that surrounds the Yellowstone Lake ended up ejecting so.
This is fake news, brother. The world is 6,000 years old. That's right. Jesus Christ was riding a velociraptor back in the day.
Much material during the blast that it left a 55 by 80 kilometer depression in the ground that we now know today as the current Yellowstone caldera.
Why won't you show JVP answering a wildly anti-Semitic question, please? What?
To starve millions of them to death.
If Jewish individuals hated Christian Ukrainians enough to starve millions of them to death, what the fuck is this, dude? What? I don't care. We're talking about fucking Yellowstone.
And each of these three colossal events is what is known geologically as a super eruption, meaning that on the Volcano Explosivity Index, they would all be listed as a magnitude 8 or higher, and at a minimum, at least 1,000 cubic kilometers of material was ejected during the most recent blast, which is, well, insane to comprehend. Because that would basically be enough volcanic ash, lava, and other material to bury the entire state of Texas.
Oh, let's go!
1.5 meters deep.
I'm kidding.
If we look at the geological history of Earth, we know that on average, the planet suffers from one of these supervolcanic blasts roughly once every 100,000 years. The most recent such occurrence was the New Zealand Lake Taupo volcano, which blew up approximately 26,500 years ago. But by looking at the history of the Yellowstone eruptions specifically, a disturbing pattern begins to look like it's emerging. The second most recent explosion took place about 800,000 years after the third most recent, while the most recent one happened about 636,000 years after that one. And as mentioned previously, this most recent event—
Okay, I don't care about this, bro. Get to the fucking fun stuff. Like, what happens when it blows up, dog?
That an eruption at Yellowstone anytime in the near future is exceedingly unlikely, and the volcano's current status is dormant. Based on over 30 years worth of research, the evidence gathered suggests that while, yeah, it's theoretically possible, a mega eruption isn't likely to happen any time within the next 10,000 years. Keep in mind that on the geologic timeline, it took roughly 800,000 years between event number 3 and event 2, which is 136,000 years longer than we've gone now since event 1. But that's not really any fun. If Yellowstone defied all of the odds and blew up today anyway, how bad would it actually be? Let's do some speculation. The whole Yellowstone volcanic system—
First of all, it wouldn't just like pop off on its own. There would be tectonic movement leading up to it. So we would probably die, especially on the fucking San Andreas fault line. We would die way before that, okay? So GG's for us. And then all the other fucking mountain time Andes would be like, oh, they're dying down there in California. Oh, fucking in Los Angeles. Well, let's go. I mean, let's get the fuck out of here. And then they would run away. But they would also die probably because it's too gigantic, right? I feel like it would wipe out everyone in America, especially.
Itself is huge. Like, it's way bigger than you probably think it is. For example, the magma chamber that lies underneath the national park today is estimated to be a single connected chamber that is—
Yellowstone will explode on 9th of July, 2031. Mark my chat. Dog, what the fuck do you mean mark your chat? Twitch won't exist by that point.
60 kilometers long, 29 kilometers wide, and 8 kilometers deep. and holds an absolutely absurd amount of molten lava. This chamber is fed by a gigantic—
Damn, it's finna bust, dude. It's bussin'. Yellowstone is bussin', dude. Fuck. Yo, let Caldussy out, dude. You know what I mean? Let that Caldussy explode, dude. He's got, oh my God, the Volcussy on Yellowstone is, oh, diabolical, dude. Okay, I'll stop.
Plume of molten rock that wells up from hundreds of miles beneath the Earth's surface. And fascinatingly, as this magma rises up into the chamber and cools,
Hey, yo!
the ground above will periodically
Who need they Caldussy 8?
rise and fall. And because of this, the elevation of ground within the Yellowstone Park will fluctuate up or down by a few inches a year. Now, before any massive eruption would take place, it would very likely be preceded by a huge amount of seismic activity. Basically a warning sign that something really bad was about to happen.
Oh, so I was right. There'd be fucking hella seismic activity.
Many seismologists estimate that there could be substantial earthquakes preceding any blast at Yellowstone that would last for weeks or even months beforehand as rock below gets—
Yeah, Yellowstone would be like, I'm finna bust, and then it would do this.
It's broken up by
That's the Yellowstone O face.
Magma as it surges further and further up towards the surface. Here, pressure would continue building and building and building and with increasing intensity until, with nowhere left to go, the magma would explode through the ground in a cataclysmic eruption, with debris getting flung as high as 24 kilometers up into the stratosphere. Shortly afterwards, the lava flow—
What? There would be lava 24 kilometers? 24, dude, that is a gigantic zit, dude. That's when you pop one and it like hits. That's when you pop one and it hits the fucking mirror. Except the world is popping its gigantic zit and it hits the fucking moon. Obviously not the moon, but like you get what I'm saying.
Flows themselves would engulf the surrounding area, and anywhere inside a range of 65 kilometers from the epicenter would be in danger of becoming literally buried in lava, which is basically the entire territory of the national park itself.
Oh shit, GG's to the fucking mountain boys, dude. Uh-oh,
Beyond
guess
this
what?
immediate danger of burning, the blast would eject 1,000 cubic kilometers of material up into the sky.
Stop.
Creating a type of umbrella cloud expanding evenly in all directions and darkening the skies over most of the North American continent.
All right, well, we fucked up. I spoke too soon, you know?
This cloud would rain down toxic volcanic ash across the entire mainland United States. Wyoming, Idaho, Colorado, Montana, and Utah will, however, experience the most significant devastation and will probably be almost completely buried with up to a meter thick of hot volcanic ash. Denver, Salt Lake City, and Boise will be severely damaged or just outright destroyed.
Oh, what now? Mountain time, huh? What the fuck now? Mountain time, bitches, dude? That's right.
Meanwhile, across the Midwest, Nevada, and southern Alberta, there would still be inches of ash coating everything in sight. Even the Atlantic and Pacific coasts would likely see a small dusting, although much of it would be highly dependent on the time of year and weather patterns involved.
I'll take it.
Basically, if you're looking at this map, everything in blue would be completely wiped out. Everything in purple would be highly damaged. Everything in orange would be sort of damaged. And everything in yellow would be mildly damaged. The North American continent would take a pretty significant bruise. But the worst part of all of—
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like that volcanic ash covering the entire fucking North American continent would destroy life as we know it.
This would obviously be the terrible toll that it would take on human life. With a full meter of ash possibly being poured down upon you and your city, even if you are not close enough to see the volcano, it could still possibly kill not only you, but also plants, animals, and even crush buildings with the sheer weight of dense ash deposits. Even just a few inches of ash can completely ruin farmland, clog up roadways, and create serious respiratory issues for large amounts of the population. Not to mention that it would take out
Yeah, except people in California are like, what do you mean? So like every weekend when there's a wildfire during wildfire season, we're ready. See? Dog, I've been training my lungs for this moment, okay? Living in California, living in Los Angeles, I've been training my lungs. I've been pumping it full of ash for the moment that this happens, so I can just be like, I go outside and jog, you know what I mean?
Key infrastructure, contaminate water supplies, down power lines, prevent nearly all air travel on the entire continent, and even take out electrical transformers, which would bring America's power grid to a complete and utter halt. What could be even worse is that the ash would likely wipe out the entire Midwest's crop of corn and soybeans, and could even poison the—
Not our corn! Never mind, brother. Oh, fuck, that better not happen. Oh, brother, that's not good. There's no corn, how do we do livestock feed? If there's no corn, how do we get our hot fructose corn syrup, brother? That's no shot, no siree. We can't be doing that.
Farmland for an entire generation. This would make food production within the United States severely crippled. And
that
America
would destroy everything. America is over-reliant on corn for everything. We'd be done.
Would likely have to rely on food imports from other continents in order to survive. But beyond the absolute chaos going on across North America, a volcanic eruption this big would also have a major impact on the global climate and affect everybody who lives on this planet in some way. You see, volcanoes can emit sulfur aerosols that are capable of reflecting sunlight back away from the Earth, which causes the climate to cool down. For example, most recently, when Mount Pinatubo erupted in the Philippines—
I can see Republicans being like, what do you mean the climate's cooled down? It's still hot in here. It's still hot here, libtards. What the fuck do you mean? It's actually a conspiracy. It was the Jewish space lasers that destroyed the corn subsidies and the corn all around the country, brother. Don't believe it. Don't believe them libtards. They're making it up. The ash is actually good for you. Go outside. Keep going to Applebee's.
In 1991, it's estimated that it cooled the planet by an entire 1 degree for at least a few years. And that's not to mention the Great Tambora eruption, which occurred in Indonesia in 1815. That eruption, which was rated as a Category 7 on the Explosivity Index, is believed to have cooled the planet enough to damage crops around the world, potentially even causing several severe famines in certain areas. There was even snowfall during the month of June in the eastern half of the United States that year, as it became known as the year without a summer. These eruptions, however, were relatively tiny events when compared to what a supervolcanic Yellowstone—
Can you explain why the heating of the Earth would be bad? Wouldn't more fertile land appear in Siberia and other regions? I mean, dude, I don't know what to tell you other than, like, you know, when it fucking heats, the water levels rise, right? Like, do I need to tell you what happens when the water levels rise? Also, many areas where there currently are people living that rely on agriculture will no longer be able to rely on agricultural production because, you know, their vegetation is ruined, their crops are ruined. So no, global warming is not good. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Are we moving to Siberia? Also, we don't know what the fuck's under the permafrost. That's another problem. New parasitic creatures, diseases that we haven't seen in fucking thousands of years that are going to be, you know, potentially uncovered and spread throughout the planet. Yeah, you think COVID-19 is bad? Welcome to COVID, you know, 2000 BC.
Yellowstone eruption might—
Oh, there's also methane too, right? In the permafrost, yeah. Trapped gases that'll destroy the ozone layer further, also increasing, you know, or also decreasing the protection that you naturally have, the Earth naturally has from dangerous rays. You know, you got that. Okay. COVID-2 thawed and dangerous. Also, think about the extreme weather conditions that are now commonplace, like gigantic fucking hurricanes, gigantic tornadoes, things that just like destroy mainland US, like hit mainland US and fuck it up. That would also increase in frequency and magnitude and size. So, or continue to. So there's also that as well. I don't know, man. I don't know how anyone would think that that is actually cool. Like, what, you think like we're going to be able to fucking magically move to Siberia? Then there's also the geopolitical conflict between world powers that are then going to want to explore the potential vast possible, I don't know if there is, natural resources that are hidden in areas that are now considered fertile. Okay? My lord, so many awesome things will happen.
Look like. Although it's hard to say with any kind of certainty, scientists estimate that with the amount of material that would be ejected into the atmosphere, the planet might cool by as much as 10 full degrees for an entire decade following a cataclysmic eruption at Yellowstone.
I was talking to a friend of mine who's a meteorologic physicist, and he told me in the study he saw how global famine due to climate crisis will be the worst in history because under capitalism, the rich will stockpile food and fuck us up. Yup. That is the main problem. Okay. The main problem is our commodity production, our mode of production. Okay. And our distribution. The main problem is not climate change. It's the way that we operate, is the way that we have organized society under a capitalist understanding. We already have an abundance of food, and yet there are major logistical hurdles to solve. But the number one hurdle to solve overall is that if you were to actually utilize the surplus of food that you create, then the entire economy falls apart around agricultural and food production. Because then you lower the value or make the value of food zero. Then who's going to fucking pay for it? How are you going to continue producing commodities? How are you going to continue producing food if the value of food is zero because you're just simply giving it to people? Okay? The profit motive is the number one issue here. Then we get down to the geopolitical shifts, the geopolitical issues that come along with climate change. Right now, the immigration policies that you see in the United States of America, the white nativist immigration policies that you see in the United States of America, is simply a trial balloon, okay? It's nothing in comparison to the untold amount of cruelty that we are going to subject climate refugees to. You are already seeing climate refugees, but in numbers that are minuscule in comparison to what it would look like when entire regions' agricultural crops are completely wiped out. Part of the reason why there is any conflict in Syria is also a consequence of the agitation and climate change's inadvertent effects on geopolitical struggle. What happens when crops run out? What happens when crops dry out? What happens when there's no more food production? People get uneasy. People get upset. They want to dismantle and topple governments. The governments then decide to increase the stress, the pressure on those people, because they are not getting help from other countries, both in the region or overall anywhere around the world. And then, instead of being able to feed those people, now they're fucking beating the shit out of them. Then larger imperialist powers decide this is an opportunity to maybe explore some new pipelines and engage in a proxy war with other superpowers or the main imperialist superpower. I'm of course talking about the Russia-United States proxy war in Syria. Russia's interest being, regional dominance and also additional natural gas pipelines that they could potentially control versus the United States, permanent interest in dominating the Middle East. That creates millions and millions of displaced refugees. That creates political instability in Europe. Then you have Nazis who are like, I don't want these people that don't look like us coming here and changing our fucking values and our world. It's all interconnected. Yes, but you could call that a theory, a game theory. All right, let's continue.
Obviously, a change in the climate.
Wait, none of that is a theory, by the way. Everything I just mentioned is like already. Some of the things I just mentioned have already happened. I'm just saying that the magnitude and frequency is going to increase. And the pain that we cause others is going to increase as a consequence of that.
That huge would cause a global catastrophe, as crops around the world would be affected.
I just described to you the Syrian
likely
civil
endangering
war,
the lives
but
of hundreds
it's nothing
of
in comparison
millions
to what
of
is to
people,
come.
and to doing untold amounts of damage. FEMA, the U.S. Federal Emergency Management Agency, even published a rough estimate on what it thought the total damage cost to the United States would be in the event that Yellowstone ever actually blew. In that report, they estimated that it would cause roughly $3
Uh-oh. That's not very good for the economy, I think.
trillion in damages, or almost 14% of the entire United States GDP. So, yeah, Yellowstone blowing up like this would be really...
I don't know. I don't think we would be going to the moon in that point, boys. It just seems like... How is... My man said, how is the Syrian civil war related to climate change? Climate change forced Assad to gas his own people. You are clown world, dude. You are quite literally clown-brained. Please stop. Like, I never advocate to stop reading American media, but like, this is a person who 100% should stop. I already mentioned the sequence of events that led to Assad using brutal measures to suppress uprisings in his own country. Okay? You completely just avoided the first like 12 minutes of that rant, and also, I guess, avoided the secondary part of that rant as well, where I said brutal measures to suppress rebellions in his own country. So fucking stupid, dude.
Really bad for everybody. But it's more than likely not gonna actually happen during any of our lifetimes unless one of you becomes immortal. Because if you look at the frequency of the last 3 big eruptions, the odds of one happening in any given year are roughly 0.0001%, which is actually lower than the odds of civilization getting wiped out by an asteroid. So this isn't really a problem that you have to worry too much about right now. But maybe there's another problem or challenge that you are facing right now for a big personal goal or a passion project that you've been really excited to start, but you're not quite sure that you have the skills required to do it just yet.
Come on, bro. You can't be fucking telling us about how Yellowstone's like Volcussy is gonna fucking implode and then be like, but you should get your skills. You should get your skills up and your money up by going to fucking Skillshare.com. Pretty funny. TikTok Andy's coming for you again.
There was no other way. The world had to be fixed. There was no other way.
Why am I being attacked right now? Like, that's fucked up. Why? Bro, why does TikTok constantly attack me, dude? Okay. And I wasn't the first. I merely adopted it and popularized it further. Okay, that's it. This community is just as culpable as I am. Okay. More big volcano reacts? No, we're done with the Volcussy. The volcanism of Yellowstone is not alarming. However, they are more worried about super plumes in our mantle that they can't detect, as that will cause lava plains, which is much worse than an eruption. The Ussy thing has been around since 2015, 2016, though. That's why I said I didn't invent it. I was simply born. I was born into a world where Ussy existed. I simply, took it to the next stage that it deserved to be at. Okay? That's it. Anyway, how the left is American left? No, no. It's time, folks. Every day, once we get like really invested into the fucking deep lore of the universe and how it's going to die or whatever, there's a point in which we decide to forget about that reality. Okay? And we forget about that reality by diving, headfirst into some master chussy. Okay? Yup, that's right. Give me a rare gram right now. XQC my boo-boo is back, dude. The gaming update is this. Okay, that's good. I love that. Love that, dude. It's actually good. Folks, it's MasterChef time. All right, let's tweet out that it's MasterChef time. Welcome the boys, girls, MBs, all of them. We didn't forget about Yellowstone, nor did we forgo MasterChef season. Boom. Boom. All right, here it is. What is it? The daily dose of the internet? What? Who's back? What are you showing me? America, the series, the season? Okay. The gaming update is nothing right now as it stands. There's a couple games that I am interested in playing. Obviously, January has some cool games coming out. And February has some really cool games coming out. But in the month of January, leading up to Elden Ring, I want to potentially explore Bloodborne. The other opportunities that we have, and I want to ask you guys about this as well. Okay. No, Ocarina of Time is not one of them. And no, God of War I played recently, so I don't know if I want to play God of War again. However, here's what we got. I want to potentially play Detroit Become Human. The Pokemon Zelda one I could potentially play as well. I was talking with Will about that. Isn't that Pokemon Legends Arceus? Like, that's the Pokemon Zelda? I have already played Detroit Become Legend. It was wonderful when we played it, but I played it years ago, so I think it's time to replay it potentially. Especially because of its political nature. That game is very fun to play with this community. So yeah, we got new Pokemon Zelda that's not coming out yet, but when it comes out, and we got Detroit Become Human replay. We have the Senua's Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, which is still there, okay, and Dark Pictures Anthology House of Ashes with Grimes, okay. She said she liked that one a lot. We're most likely going to play that together. And then also Bloodborne as well. More of Pokemon Monster Hunter. It's not really open world. Anyway, but without further ado, yes, I will play. Obviously, Elden Ring, when it comes out, is going to take over my life, okay? Obviously, when Elden Ring comes out, it's over. It's GG's. It's Elden Ring all day, every day, okay, nonstop. But there are some... the company behind Detroit Become Human, Quantic Dreams, has been accused of rampant sexism. Just thought you should know. And racism. Just thought you should know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You ever wonder what your audience does while they listen to you? I just got high legally, climbed into a warm bed with a 7-month-old puppy, heated blankets for the win. I expect a dose of your delicious reacts of food and fit check to related drama. Yeah, let's do it. It's time. MasterChef time. It's time for yet again another stunning episode of MasterChef.